Yo, what it do is your girl, Mickey Truth. Yes, I am energized today, all right? Okay, so technically I'm late, but I'm early, right? Because I rescheduled it, and I still popped up 5 minutes early. But y'all already know what we're getting into today. Day 2 of the YNW Melly trial. I have not saw none of the trial today, okay? So I will say we're going to watch it in real time. We're going to do the same thing we did last night. Y'all already know we're going to chop it up. We're going to talk about it. I need the whole Truth Team jurors to pull up. Make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up. But no ops allowed. And y'all already know I'm going to spin them out the chat. I got my moderators that's going to be pulling up soon. We just going to be, vibing like we always do. But before we get into all that, y'all already know what we got to do. We got to pass it over to Hookah. What it do?
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Good reporting ass Mickey. We love you, Mickey.
And yes, they do love Mickey. What it do, everybody, man? I see Dreas in the building. Iceberg, W3L, AB Ball. Y'all, I ain't gonna lie. Royale, what it do? Today, I am not getting on camera. I done wrap my hair up. So, we here. All right. Now, y'all, shout out to everybody that pulled up last night. Before we knew it, it was 5 hours we was on that thing. But it's all good. I had a good time. Y'all already know we're going to keep the conversation going. All right, Jules. Because I was like, who the world is that? Yo, but we going to, everybody put your numbers in the chat. Whatever number juror you want to be tonight for day 2 of the YNW Melly trial, make sure you put it in the chat. Y'all already know we're going to chop it up. We're going to look at the key points because y'all know my ADD kick in. And I'm not able to focus, but I heard they talked about a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff was presented, and that's how we're gonna do it. If you wasn't here last night, welcome tonight. We're about to really get into the business again. All information contained in this video is for entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act. And guess what? Any conclusion that you draw is on you, not me. Let's get it. Yeah, I'm feeling good, y'all. All right, y'all. Let me pull up the video. So, a little recap from last night. When I got off live, I did drop the video I was telling y'all about, just kind of touching on the whole situation with Fredo Bang. So that was the last thing. It was like 3:00 before I knew it. Yeah, they already got everything posted too. Okay, cool. See, shout out to Law and Crime, okay? Because they be having stuff already broken apart, like split up. I love it. All right, let me bring it up on the screen. All right, y'all. Yeah, we about to get into it. Let me see what all they did today. So that's the start of day 2. Where we want to go? Let's see. Definitely make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. All right, we're gonna just get straight into the content. Because these are a little long. A lot of these is about 30 minutes long. And y'all know by the time we start discussing it and breaking it down, it's gonna turn into 30 minutes turns into an hour. So the first one, let's just start with opening statements. This one is about 10 minutes. Let's see what they're talking about.
Welcome, everyone, to Law and Crime Daily. I'm Brian Buckmeyer. A Florida courtroom once again finds itself hosting a murder trial tied to a rap artist. This time, YNW Melly is the accused. Monday was day one in the double murder trial. Melly, whose given name is Jamel Demons, is accused of killing two men he called his friends. In October of 2018, Melly's best friend, Cortland Henry, showed up at a Miami hospital claiming his friends were caught in a drive-by shooting and were bleeding out in his car. Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas had multiple gunshot wounds and were pronounced dead. Henry told officers they were shot at while leaving a recording studio. But when police got there, they say there was no evidence that a drive-by had occurred. Investigators determined the victims were shot by someone in the car, and surveillance showed 4 men inside, including Melly. Police arrested Melly and Henry on 2 counts of first-degree murder each. They are being tried separately, have both pled not guilty. During opening statements, the prosecution pointed out Melly's popularity on social media may actually be his undoing.
In the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after
What it do,
8
big
a.m. in the
stuff?
morning, Eastern
You
time.
just come in, you don't say hello or nothing. You
Multiple
just come in and
messages are
talk
coming
junk.
Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by.
Dang, we ain't even a minute in that thing. They playing commercials. I thought this was something else. This is just a recap, but we're gonna let it play out. Just for those who may not have been on the live last night, you can kind of see what happened yesterday, and then we're gonna get into what went on today.
If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear.
Shout
And
out to my
says,
mods, man. Had to
right
get a new
after
lineup.
this,
Shout out to y'all. What it do on
Yo,
time?
homie,
Gil,
you
what
good?
it is. I said, what it is, what it do.
Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through.
God dang it, social media.
And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident.
You already know
you're
you're gonna get that real
guilty
over here,
charge
Gil.
of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams.
All right, I want to bring in my co-host, former trial attorney Terry Austin,
All right.
and our
I'm
special
kind
guest.
of bored of that. So we're gonna go to another video because we kind of broke that down yesterday, or last night. But yeah, y'all, this is something already. And I've been seeing a lot of the clickbaits up already, but you know, that's to be expected. But y'all know we just gonna stick to playing Clue. We ain't involved in nothing. We're just playing Clue.
We've gone through all of those. I'm going to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you tore.
The sound be so low. The anticipation got me over here on edge. I'm like, what's about to happen? Exactly. Okay. We just truthfully being nosy.
For identification purposes, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court tonight?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the
Oh, they must be about to show the scene, the car and stuff.
E in Estates 31?
Hold on, pause. Real quick, because I don't know. Like I said, today I did not watch it. So let me do this real quick because I don't want no smoke on here. All right, y'all already know. All information is alleged, assumed, opinion-based, public record research, okay? And anything that y'all hear on this audio is Broward County, not me, okay? That's all I'm going to say. But we will put our little twist to it based on public opinion, all right? But that's on us. We're just plain clue on the internet, nothing else, okay? Now, warning, viewer discretion is advised, trigger warning possible. I don't know what they're going to show. This is a live, real life trial, so just putting that out there. What it do, Anthony? Anthony says, is he going to get off or not? What do you think, Mickey? I don't know if he's going to get off or not. What I can say is, I mean, day one, I mean, this is only day two, but day one, they definitely had some reasonable doubt to me. Again, I'm just over here on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly if that's going to be enough, but nevertheless, it's definitely some reasonable doubt in my opinion. All right, let's get back into it.
But with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problem.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE Mark States 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12, what are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that was collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
Who?
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white, what is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that you're looking to document. And the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is this the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time. And my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of the case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a sock,
The sock.
user guide, and
Yeah, just know Mickey will never be a lawyer, nothing like, because I'm over here like, yo, jump to the next picture, okay? I'm already losing
And
focus.
what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the sock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on
Why
to
is it
item
skipping
number
like that?
15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No.
Why not?
So they just take a picture of everything that must have been in the car. So I'm like, what the lighter got to do with
No,
it?
the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs.
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16.
Oh, that got a lot of blood on it.
What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker.
Dang.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt.
What it do? I'll walking down. You ready for part 2?
A pair of scissors and a blue container.
Now that's bloody. Jesus. Trigger warning,
Inside
because
the
I
blue
don't know how y'all
container,
feel about blood, but it definitely
based
got
on
some
your
blood
training
on the
experience,
pictures.
what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next
Ooh.
item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker. What are we looking at here?
This is
You know what, L? I ain't fooling with you, L. L said I see blood every month.
A Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet case.
Dang, the shell casing in the bag. Did I can barely hear. Did they say where that bag was? Are they saying where these was
Moving on
located?
to the next photo. Where was this casing located
Oh, there you go.
when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay. Left rear driver's side.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from the white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and zoomed in on.
This is the head stamp of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything like that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired?
Truth 10 jurors, y'all make sure y'all taking y'all notes. We're gonna have to deliberate on this.
Is comprises of a projectile that is the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens with the cartridge casing expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the
Yeah, me too. I had to cut my
projectile
TV
that
on so I
we're
can hear. It's
looking
low
at
to me.
in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that.
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24, on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic
Bag.
container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
When determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green leafy substance.
Moving on to item number 20. Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 22. to know where in the vehicle they were collected, I would have to refer back to court.
So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected.
We're picking up.
They basically went.
All right. So let me. Oh. Okay. My bad. I had my TV playing because I could not hear on my phone. Was that the end of it? Okay, so this is a new one. All right. Let's talk about what we just heard. Did anybody catch who did they say the shoes were? I didn't catch whose shoes it was. I did hear the part with the casing that was in the bag was found on the left side of the driver's side in the back. And hold on, let me look at something real quick. Let me see which one I'm looking for. I'm trying to find. I think it's this one. Yeah. All right, y'all, I'm about to play this one real quick. This is the one from yesterday. Okay. Y'all know why I went back to this video, right? I was trying to see if who has what shoes on. I ain't gonna lie. Looking at this today, them two look a little off right there too. I don't know. Maybe they just, goofy or something. Okay, that's Melly. He got tennis shoes on. So maybe them shoes was just in the car. Is one more person that got to come out. Let me see what kind of shoes they got on. Yeah. Oh, them look like some slides, ain't it? Right there. Go back. Let me go back. Yeah. I think them slides right there. Let me go back a little more. Them don't look white though. Could be, maybe. I think that's one of the decedents too. No. Okay. No, that's not. Okay. Because everybody that got in, this is the alleged murder vehicle right there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my bad, y'all. Thank you, Darius, for telling me that. So I thought, right, that the guy that just had them slides on, maybe it was his, but he got in the other car. And remember, everybody that left on this will be getting in this car. This here is allegedly Melly with the blue jacket on with the white lettering on the back. I don't know. This one right here look strange. This one with black. He looked strange. He didn't seem strange yesterday, but now looking at it again, he definitely seemed a little odd. All right. Okay, let me see one more thing. One more thing a little bit. I need to see him walk out. All right. So let me rewind that one more time. So what I was looking at, y'all, because you remember, on the hospital video, YNW Borton had on the jacket, and I was just trying to see, was he putting it on now? So let's watch it one more time, and we'll get back into the today. I'm trying to like refresh, so when we look at the crime scene, we kind of know where everything is. So here we go. So that's Bortland right there with the Drew filmed it shirt. He got the sweater or the hoodie possibly in his hand, but he don't put it on. I don't know. What's up with this one? I wonder if that's Mills. I don't know. All right, let's get into the new video. Because now all of them look strange today. Let's see. Now, this one is the crime scene photos show alleged drive-by shooting. That's the title. It's 39 minutes. Y'all already know I'm going to be stopping so we can talk about it. And that's how we're going to do. Yeah, definitely seem anxious. Something and that's smiling is weird. Like, yeah. It's like, let's see.
This is Detective Mark Moretti reading the search warrant.
What it do, Keisha?
The vehicle in question, what is it?
Juror number 30 just arrived.
It was a Jeep Compass.
Is that the same that's indicated on that photo in the red lettered writing?
Yes.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in here? I'm going to zoom in here to the hood area.
That is another piece of evidence tape used to seal the vehicle in the same way that we sealed the premises prior to a search warrant. The vehicle and all of its entries are sealed prior to the search warrant being executed.
So, for example, now looking at the screen down here at the bottom of the passenger side doors. That red item, is that the same evidence tape we've been looking at?
Yes, it is.
Not all formulas for cow's milk allergy.
Again, shout out to Law and Crime, man. They be coming through with the trial footage.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in this image?
This is showing the front passenger side portion of the vehicle.
Moving on to the next photo.
This is showing the exterior of the front passenger side and rear passenger side doors.
Have you begun executing and searching the search warrant at this point?
No, I have not.
So what is the purpose of all these exterior outside photos?
All these are to document the vehicle in which I found it when I responded to the search warrant, and all photos are taken prior to the execution of the search warrant.
So again, going to the rear door seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, these is they people.
And the rear trunk seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
The initials MK that are on that, do you know who those belong to?
Yes, that is Michael Kelly, which was my supervisor at the time.
You read my mind as to my next question. On the back of this vehicle photo, what is the tag number of the Florida tag that was assigned?
India Echo Kilo Delta 22.
For those of us not law enforcement, can you please translate?
IEK.
How my focus is. I'm over here looking at
the India Echo Kilo Delta that you just used. What is that commonly referred to? The alphabet.
Fanatical.
I think that is the casket over there.
Going on, what are we looking at on this image?
This is showing the driver.
All right, pause. Yeah. I'm just writing some notes here. That's y'all. I'm telling you, I look. I'm gonna stick to what I do because the way my ADD kick in, I'm over here looking at the side over here at the casket. All right, so I counted 8 bullet holes on the door on the passenger side, right? And then we on the driver's side. I don't see no bullet holes on this side. So no bullet holes on the driver's side. They said in the other video that a shell casing was found on the left passenger, the driver's side rear, right? Okay. I mean, I can see. What it do, John? So far, okay. So far, because for those who haven't, been following the case, it's being alleged because in that video I showed y'all, YNW Melly is assumed to be the person that sat in the back seat on the driver's side. So far today, they show evidence that a shell casing was found in a bag on the back seat driver's side. Now we're looking at the car and there's no bullet holes on the driver's side at all, front or back, but it's at least 8 bullet holes on the passenger side. Now, y'all know last night I told y'all a possible theory, but I'm going to wait till we finish watching the evidence and then we're going to see what theories we got then. And y'all make sure y'all run up the chat. Let's have a discussion about this.
First side exterior vehicle.
And going to the seals on this
Is that
particular
going to stand by?
item.
Sorry, repeat that.
The seals right here on this particular area or item of the door. Was it intact?
Yes, it was.
And onto the front door seal at the bottom between the front driver's door and the rear driver's door. Was this seal also intact?
Yes,
Maybe.
As to the state of the windows of the car, had they been manipulated in any way while you were taking these pictures?
No, they were not.
Moving on to the final picture of the evidence tape here on the driver's side door by the A column near the hood. Was this evidence seal still intact?
Yes, it was.
What was the VIN or vehicle identification number of this vehicle?
3C4N JDD B2 JT 198929.
The first photo that we're looking at here was now inside the vehicle.
Trigger warning possible.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're documenting in this photo.
From here, I took photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Then the doors of the vehicle were opened up.
You know what? That's a good question.
As is, without anything being moved or
Possibly just to make sure no one went in it. I think the tape is just to confirm once they go in, nobody went in behind them, in my opinion, right? That's the only thing I can think of, because when I was looking at that, I didn't see any like gunshot like bullet holes or nothing. So I'm assuming that's maybe what it was.
There's photographs of the interior of the vehicle were collected.
So you say without being anything moved or disturbed. What do you do to make sure that you're not contaminating any of the evidence?
I wear gloves prior to each time touching the vehicle. That goes with touching my equipment, going back to the vehicle, and vice versa.
The front passenger side view that we're looking at right here. Later on are the items collected.
Yes, they are.
And we'll get to that in a little bit. With what area of the car are we looking at here in this next photo? My apologies.
Why did he jumping back?
That is the area between the front passenger seat and the door jamb for the front passenger door.
Okay, that's glass.
The next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
No, I did not.
It's a
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this
I think the hospital.
rear
Hold on.
passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Hold on, let me go back because I think he answered it, but I kind of missed it. So hold on, I'm gonna go back just a little bit.
Door jam for the front passenger door.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
No, we did not.
He said no, so maybe they did at the hospital.
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger.
Hold on. Did y'all catch that phone that was in the back pocket of the seat? Did y'all see that too? Or was it just me?
Door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting.
Is she texting someone behind your back?
Ah, shoot. These ads be coming so quick.
Interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard.
What is the black stuff?
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and items that were found there.
How far you need me to go back? Hold on, because I was trying, my pen keep going out, projectile on the passenger back. I need a new pen. Hold on, y'all, give me 1 second. I'm about to rewind in a minute. I gotta go get me another pen. I ain't in my office, so. That's good. About right here. I'm gonna go back just a little bit more. Okay, I think it's right there.
Looking at there.
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting the interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard of the rear passenger.
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and items that were found there.
All right, pause. So, did y'all see? Did they go back? Because I just came back. Did they show the phone in the back of the seat or just this blue phone on the floor? I done went and got 4 pens, okay? And they still acting crazy. All right, I'm just trying to look at the screen. Paper. I'm going to go back to it once we get a little further down. I got a little question mark. But I think I seen the charger part of a phone sticking out in the back. But I'm going to see if they bring it back up. Because if, I'm going to just put a question mark. I'm trying to look at how the glass is. So, it kind of looks like the glass would have, since it's in the inside, it definitely, that means the glass would have been shot from the outside. Or would it have fell in if it was shot in the inside? I I don't know. Let's see what they say.
Continuing
Ooh,
to the next
that's a
photo,
lot.
what are you documenting in this image?
In this image, you can see the partial back
Exactly.
of the front passenger side seat, the, again, floorboard of the rear passenger side floorboard, the rear passenger side seat, and a projectile hole that you can see defect on the seat.
And so I'm going to zoom in on an area. Can you explain what you're talking about, the projectile hole?
Yes.
And you can
I
use this screen to touch if you're to draw attention to certain areas.
I observed a defect in the seat that is later on gone into detail.
Okay. Moving on to
Ooh.
the next image here. What are we looking at?
What the
This is the
shit?
rear passenger side seat as well as the rear center console,
No, we're
cup
not.
holders, and partial of the rear driver's side seat.
This area in the center with the two Sprite cans.
What is
Is that
that?
how you found it in the down position?
Yes, it was.
What is that by the can?
In this image here, can you describe a little bit about what's the red and white plastic item on the bottom on the floorboard? What is that?
That is a plastic bag.
I'm Nick Nimitz.
How they just gonna scroll past what's? I wonder what that was right there. Like, what is that?
What are you documenting in this image?
This image shows the trunk which had been opened, and in the photograph you can see the car manual and a jacket.
Did you disturb any of the glass? Did any of the glass move when you were opening that trunk?
Not that I
But how
recall.
blood get on the yellow jacket if it was in the trunk?
What are you in this next image? I'm gonna go back one. Did you open the rear
Back
trunk
and forth.
to get better photographs inside?
Correct.
Is this the interior of the rear trunk lid?
Yes, it is.
Can you kind of describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the trunk lid is, how you're taking the picture so they can orient themselves in
Let us
space?
know.
In this photo, the orientation is staying at the back of the vehicle. The hatch trunk is.
I was thinking so too, though. To be honest, I was thinking so too. The way they skated past.
Interior of the trunk.
And so why did you take a picture of this white fuzzy stuff?
I observed a projectile defect.
A projectile in the.
Moving on to the next photo. What did you document here?
Is a yellow jacket that was found inside the trunk that I observed red stains on.
Why would you document red stains?
Because of the presumptively would be blood.
Did you do any presumptive testing at this point?
Not at this point.
Moving on to this next image. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's side seat. From the vantage point of the driver's side door. Shows the driver's side seat, the driver's side floorboard, as well as some of the cup holders and rear passenger side seat.
Next image, what are we looking at here?
This is also another photo of the rear driver's side and cup holder.
Next image, what are you focusing on in this particular image?
This photo shows the rear driver's side floorboard, which has a Gatorade bottle, a cap, and a white plastic bag.
Okay.
Moving on to the next image, what are you showing here?
Well, there go the
This
Gucci
image
slides.
shows the interior of the front driver's side door
That was
and the
allegedly what
interior
Courtney
of
was
the
sitting at.
front driver's side seat and floorboard.
Moving on to the next image here, what are you looking at?
This image shows the steering wheel, partial of the front driver's side seat, the center console, and the side of the front passenger side seat.
On the next image now, we have a little bit different. Why do you put these yellow numbers?
These numbers At the time I call photo markers, now with my agency I refer to them as placards, so I might refer to them also as placards. But these placards show and denote items of interest that will later be collected. And it's easier to recall back to a certain item and to show where that item is.
As you're documenting and collecting the evidence, do you use these photo markers in your reports and notes?
Yes, I do.
So to go back to the photo of 1, 2, 3, 5, where did you collect the items at photo marker number 1?
Yes, I did.
Do you maintain the liquids that are inside of them when you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I do not recall.
As to photo marker number 3,
Melly was on
did you
allegedly on the
collect
left
the items of
side
evidence that
passenger,
were
and then the deceased
there next to
victim
photo marker
was
number
on
3?
the right side passenger.
Moving on to photo marker number 6, did you collect the gold teeth that were in that pocket there?
Yes, I did.
Item number,
That's blood on the door too.
item number 7, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was the spent projectile.
For item that's at photo number, marker number 8, what was that and did you collect that?
I believe that is denoting the pair of shoes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And to go to a better picture for photo marker number 9, did you collect the item at photo marker number 9?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That is a cell phone.
As to photo marker number 10, did you collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Great, you might be on something with that one.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections and each processes areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section?
All right, just a little quick recap here. Welcome everybody over to the Truth Team on Mickey Truth 2022 YouTube, man. We are on day 2 of the YNW Melly murder trial, okay? We are watching now the portion of the trial where they break down the actual vehicle where the deceased victims were found when they got brought to the hospital, okay? Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. And y'all already know when we do this, we are playing Clue, okay? We have nothing to do with this case. We don't know what happened. We are on the internet looking at public video, okay? Now, but this is a real life event, so we definitely want to be mindful and respectful of that. So I will say definitely rest in peace to the 2 deceased victims and also condolences to their family. We will not make light of it, but at the same time, we are on the internet and you know, we're just using our imagination. Like I told y'all, I have a degree from watching Law and Order SVU. That's all I got. Never went to school for none of this, okay? So it's just my opinion. And shout out to my chat, okay? Everybody put your jury number in the chat. We're just doing public view, public perception. That's it, all right? Let's get back into it.
Were you assigned?
I was assigned to the driver's side of the vehicle.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the
Get money, what it
report,
do?
it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was which was incorrect in the report, and was
Yeah,
later
I don't know.
shown as a
I'm
correction
scratching my head
on the
today.
receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area that in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed
I
with a
heard
swab,
DNA.
then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box, I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed.
Okay, that part.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting swab area.
Okay, I just want to say, it takes a lot for a person to do this because I'm over here like a little kid twirling my pen in my hand, waiting for the next picture. But I know they're explaining the DNA portion of it. And y'all know last night I was skipping through and I'm trying not to skip it, but I kind of feel I might skip it because I can't focus on it. So, what we're going to do is, right, we're going to just bypass this and we're going to go. Okay, let me go back. Let's get back into them talking about it. Let's take it slow. Definitely, okay?
And the way you process the car.
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle.
Okay, y'all. I'm trying not to skip it. I got to.
Whether that be prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then there.
Hold on, pause.
And to be
all right, dang. So above that door handle, that look like blood. Is that blood up in there? It's behind the title, possibly. I mean, it's so bloody in there. It wouldn't be far fetched if it is blood, but I think that's blood over there.
clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And they have not mentioned said phone that I believe I see in the back of that car. But we're going to see if they bring it up.
Moving on to the pictures with item markers or photo markers 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Miss Carol collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to that.
Okay. And we're going to keep going. What is it?
And 17. Did you collect those too?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So basically I'm skipping because they're just asking who collect what. I mean, we're not in the jury. Trunk
portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the.
So what are we looking at here underneath?
Hold on, let's back up a little bit.
Spare tire removed.
The processing here again at what location of the car on this photo for our next one?
This is the front driver's side photo.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Okay. Pause. Hold up. Front driver's. You know what? I need to. All right, y'all. Hold on. Before we continue, I just need to clarify with myself that I know what a spent projectile is, okay? Because I keep hearing it, and I kind of in my mind know what it is, but I want to make sure I know what it is, okay? Let me see what it means. What does it mean? And how do you get it? Like, where do it land? You know, like, I'm trying to find out, like, I know what it is, but my thing is, like, how, like, as far as the location where you find it, like, what does that mean? Like, for example, they're saying they found it under, like, on the driver's side by the pedal. how did it get there? You know what I'm saying? Does that mean it had to be shot in that area and it fell? Does it mean, you know, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, what does it mean as far as the positioning of where it's at? That's what I'm trying to clarify. And if y'all know, let me know, okay? Because I'm over here Googling it right now just to make sure I understand, because they keep saying it. And I'm wondering, like, where they're finding them at. What does that mean? Google sucks right now, okay? Because I'm seeing pictures of it and all that, but I need to know as far as where it falls. Where does a matter of fact, let me just put that. Where does projectile fall? If a drive-by shell wouldn't be in the car. Right now, look, iceberg. We know. Like at this point, you get what I'm saying. It's definitely probably not a drive-by. Allegedly, maybe not. You know, I don't think it's a drive-by. You know, because we might have to revisit some of the video from yesterday to talk about it if they don't bring it up again today, just to kind of like make it make sense. I'm gonna just continue the video and then I'm gonna still be looking because I do want to know what does that mean as far as where it falls.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
Okay, look, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Okay, hold on, let me pause it real quick. So, Prince, are you saying, let's just say, for example, the one they found on the driver area, does that mean a gun was fired there and that's why the spent shell casing was in that area? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, got it. Okay. Look, Truth Team, we be over here working this thing out. I'm going to tell y'all this, though. The reason why I'm kind of like, I definitely feel it may be cap in my opinion. I'm going to wait. I don't want to skip too far ahead, but we're going to talk about it, okay? We're going to turn from jurors to crime scene investigators virtually while we're playing Clue, but we're going to talk about it in a minute.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these?
Isn't that a phone? Maybe they're about to say it now. But y'all see it? Right there? That's definitely, I think that's a phone. Definitely. I think that's fine. I think they may be about to say it.
Images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26.
Hold on.
Did you take those?
Did they not say what it was? Hold up.
Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26.
They skipped past that. It looked too thick though to the charger. Oh, a charger pad.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
Because it's thick.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle?
Hey, camera people.
Was that on this enterprise receipt?
Okay.
On the, and not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jameson Francois.
Oh, Francois. I've been saying Francis or something. Yeah, it was a rental car.
What happens when fungus thrives in toenails and toenails get...
We don't want to talk about toenails. All right, y'all.
Move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Now I will say this. Let me just pose this question before why they got this picture. So the little green thing sticking out the back seat, right, is supposed to be where like the bullets went. Have y'all noticed though? Just looking, like I said, we're not gonna jump too far ahead. We're just looking at this picture. Why is it only going to that seat? It's no bullet holes in the other seat or nothing. That's already suspicious to me. Like whoever, allegedly drive by, whatever, right, is shooting at the back, but you're only shooting to the right, not to the left, not all over. Like, that is crazy. I'm gonna say, you want to come up on the panel? I can drop the link. We can talk about it. Oh, what's that? Is that me or that's them? Loud Pat, what it do? Okay, so they must be having intermission or something, cause. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, man, cause Dre's, I tell you, we be over here. I tell you, these lives. That's why they go on for hours. I don't know what they talking about over there, but look at hey y'all, the ones who saw it last night. Y'all see Auntie over there boomed over on the thing. I got a couple pieces of info I wrote down, a couple notes, not too much though, a couple notes. Right, I'm telling you, like this is something. I still though, I'm gonna say my theory that I said last night again. I'm gonna say it again though tonight for sure. Hey, Loud Pat, you might be right because the way she boomed over that counter just now. Oh, I like her shoes. The DA got some nice shoes on, like the little like rhinestones. I swear, y'all be thinking about everything. I can't focus enough to be on the real jury. And she got some nice calves. I said that last night, and I feel like if it was something more, right, and we're going to say if allegedly while we're playing Clue, that it definitely was last minute, okay, preparation, because he was stuttering and all that on the thing.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods. Like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile.
Okay, I see that theory.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
Now, it was doing good with the audio. Now,
going forward to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is
Dang.
the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods
Objection.
Same objection?
Yes, sir, overruled.
Again, showing what?
So supposedly,
the back of the rear passenger seat.
Oh no, Loud Pat got some at the wrong time. Oh Lord. He was the left driver's side in the back.
Through one defect, pass through the object, and then
allegedly, like, right? We see him get in the car at the studio, but we don't see him at the hospital.
Going forward.
So this would have been allegedly where he would have been at, what they're showing right
All
now.
the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking?
Alright. They talking about some stuff we don't care. What's this?
We're having it fully opened, and
Is that a bullet hole?
Photographed from.
What door is this?
I'm going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened, and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
Untamed, you know what? I don't recall. We'll have to pull it up. Because I think it was like 45 minutes or something before this, the alleged shooting.
Is this the process you had to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer.
Okay, let's have more other stuff, you know.
As it was removed from the phone.
So those 65 photos that you took.
That's a good point, though, Loud Pet.
Processing of the Jeep. Is that, and we've gone through all of those. I want to move on now to the.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Even in the paperwork, I said it because I believe the passenger, and I had to verify it again, the passenger victim on the back got hit the most times. And that was YNW Juvie. I don't know what they're doing right now.
Investigator Carter, I'm now showing you it's been marked as states EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I do.
Do they fairly and
I
accurately
think.
represent the process?
Okay, so what? Oh, I see what happened. We already saw that. Okay. Let's talk about it. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So, for my notes, right? I have, well, from what I saw and what my notes say, basically all the shots was on the passenger side of the car. I counted about 8 holes. A shell casing was found on the left passenger side floor in the bag. Then a spent shell casing was found on the driver's side under like the brake, or was that the gas? Let me see what Live Pat said. But one thing I think that's going to hurt Melly is the way he's just sitting there laughing, not caring. And is the jury going to look at that? Like, now I will say definitely, I kept telling y'all last night, all that smiling and stuff with the lawyer was like, definitely like, right? But, we gonna, I don't know, you know, they don't show like medical. Maybe he got like a medical issue, you know, like something that caused him to smile like that. I have no idea. All right, before we get into the next video, because I do want to refresh my memory on something. Let me pull up the documents real quick. So, based on right now, right, I can kind of see why they're kind of honing in on YNW Melly, right, as far as to be the shooter, because of everything they're finding on the left passenger side. But on the flip side of it, right, what is going on with my computer? On the flip side of it, it's like, how do you prove he was in the car at that point? Remember I said that last night. Like, yes, we do see him get in the car allegedly, right? Get in the car at the studio, right? But without someone like what's his name? Bortland saying without a doubt he was in the car the whole time, how do we know he stayed in the car? You're right, Iceberg. My stepdaughter actually does that. So it's definitely possible for sure. What is going on with this laptop? Let's see. You know, they don't want me to be great because it's not pulling up. So that's fine. Let me go to my old let me go to my YouTube video. They trying to hold me back from finding it. But I'm gonna find it because it's already on one of my other YouTubes. Let me see what y'all saying. Why was the front seat down? And see, that's what I don't know. And they didn't say it in the video, right? And I wonder if they did it at the hospital or not. My grandbaby's a crybaby. I just had to throw that in there. That thing cry all the time. For nothing. She just crying. Just cry, cry, cry. Wing, wing, wing. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find the live. So if that's the case, then they would be GSR over the place like an insane amount. Oh, and that's another thing we're gonna look at too today because we were looking for it last night, but then I got sidetracked and started looking at something else. But I'm gonna focus and I got it on my notes to see if they got the GSR in there. Where is that live at? YNW. No, YNW. Okay, here we go. That Melly is the shooter, but Henry. I am so country. When I be listening to my playbacks, it be like crazy. Right. Hold on. Let me find where they talk about the shots. I probably do. Jules. I'm not 100%, so I can't click it yet. Hold up. Cause this is my original live I did back in February. Hold on, let me see. Trying to see. And I was on point too. Cause look, they got 8, right? And that's my number I got on my paper. Well, let me see. I'm trying to see where the gunshot at. Did somebody ask me that? Hold on. I think somebody had just asked me this question. Hold on, y'all. Look. Somebody had just asked me this question. All right. So, according to the document, right, it says so at 4:35 a.m. That's when they arrived at the hospital. So, does this not say when they left? Let's see. I kind of feel the same way, y'all. I'm glancing at the chat, but hold on, give me a minute. Let me find what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the time. All right, well, maybe it's not in this one. All right, here we go. So, as y'all can see on the screen, this is from my original live. So, this is the paperwork. But it says the front passenger, Anthony Williams, had gunshot wounds to his torso and head. Then it says while the right rear passenger, Christopher Thomas Jr., sustained several gunshot wounds to his back and head. Both passengers on the right side of the vehicle was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Let the seat down himself. So, all right, let's think about it. Let's my mind is turning, y'all, right now, so I'm trying to think it out. Okay. The passenger in the back was shot several times in his back and head. So allegedly, right? Possibly, Christopher Thomas, who was in the back seat, was shot. The projectiles that we saw when they opened the trunk, is it possible that they would have entered from the trunk and hit him? Right. Okay. Yes, Dre. That's why I was thinking too, because I was like, I never knew he got shot in the back. Right. So that's exactly the scenario right now, Jules. So 2 people that was in that car on the driver's side are the ones that's being charged with the murders, and the 2 on the passenger side are the ones that were deceased. Then the side driver busted. Hold on. Yo, listen. Okay, hold on. Y'all know, call me out if I'm reaching with what I'm about to say. The passenger in the driver's seat got shot in the torso and the head, right? What if he was the target and the one in the back seat maybe was panicking too much and then he got shot from the outside in? And this is just based on what we're looking at right now. What y'all think about that? Let me see some of y'all comments. Driver shoots the front passenger from the side if you see his insurance. Oh. Okay. Okay, True Team. Y'all minds working. Definitely something is definitely or better yet, back passenger shoots from front passenger and driver shoots back passenger. I don't like that one. But right? Let me see if this doggone. Hold on. Is it saved on this computer? Or is it my other computer? Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I think it's on my other computer. Let me see. Is Melly on this computer? Y'all give me 1 second. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I got the documents already saved. It might be on my other computer though. Alright. Because Broward County website is acting crazy. Let me try it one more time. Like, what is going on with this website? Like, alright. 1 second, y'all. Let me try to get to the paperwork to refresh my memory. You shoot the shoot. They do have a scenario, right, that they're alleging, right? The scenario they're saying is that allegedly YNW Melly, right, shot both of the decedents, and then him and the co-defendant then shot up the car to stage the alleged drive-by. That is their theory right now. Why is this website acting crazy? Hold on, y'all. Pause. I'm trying to pull up the thing, and this, I don't like it. I don't like it because why is it not letting me pull up maybe everybody mama must be trying to pull up the website because it's not, Yeah, and see that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to bring up the paper again to make sure because I don't recall, right, if they said any of the wounds was like post-mortem or not. So that's why I'm trying to pull it up. But because back in February, I don't know, but I don't think I pulled that up. Yeah. So that's down right now. Let me see something. Trying to see. So, but somebody was alive. The front passenger seat was down. Dead people don't try and get out. Oh, two of them was alive for sure. All right. So this is. I guess we'll start here until I'm able to get on the website. All right. If y'all see right here, okay. And see, that's what I don't know, cause like at the hospital, right? I don't know if they had to move the seat up or whatever when they took the bodies out. See, that's what I don't know. It doesn't say because no, it had to be at the hospital. I'm not saying it had to be, in my opinion, right? Because the bodies were still in the car in the same seating that they were seen on the studio. So if they're dead, they're like, why would they like lift up the seat at that point? I would think it had to be the hospital when they was taking the bodies out. That's what I'm thinking. But right here, just to clarify, it does say Henry hands were processed by the Miramar. I know I said that wrong. Police Department crime scene, and laboratory testing. And at this time, lab results are pending for gunshot residue. So it does say he was tested at that point. Let's see. Said they would have took them out from. Let's bring up that video again. Hold up, cause they blurred it out, so I don't even know like if we're gonna be able to tell. But let me pull it up. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna play this one first again. And this is the murder, the car right here that we just saw. All right, so everybody you see getting in this car are the people that's involved in the case, including the decedents. So the taller one got in the front seat. Okay, hold. So listen, we can't hear what they're saying. Pay attention to the one getting in the passenger side, right? And how he looked back. And y'all tell me what y'all think. Just watch it again. All right, y'all ready? Pay attention. It's 4-door. Okay. Did y'all catch it? All right. So the one that the decedent that was getting in the passenger side, right? He looks back. It looks like the driver allegedly was saying something. And then remember the one I said in all black that was looking like goofy? It's like he was looking crazy, like maybe they had some words. I'm playing again. Let me see what the audio. I don't think it's set. We can't hear them. I'm gonna do that. I don't know. Hold on, play again. Cause old boy right there was even looking at the dude. Like I don't know what he said, but look. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Dude right there. I don't know. So it's okay. Okay. My theory, right? Or this is my assumption based on this. The way the one on the passenger looked back, y'all ever like was at it with somebody like one of your friends, and then they say something, you kind of like the fuck, like man, but you know you kind of like brush it off, but they might be popping their stuff. Cause old boy right here, the way he looked at Bortland made me feel like he actually was saying something. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't just no, you know. I'm out. Look, one more. I'm gonna just play one more time because I definitely feel like, what if the two that's in the car, Bortland and Sat Chase, what if they're arguing in the car, or they're kind of like having some type of words in the car already? Because regardless of the issue, Bortland, who's driving, was the one to take the car to where everything took place, right? He was the one to get him there. So I don't know. Let's do it again. I think dude popping off. I swear I think dude popping off. The Portland dude. I think he's popping off at the mouth. And if y'all recall that deposition of the lady was saying that her and Portland got into it. Mm. Okay. Cause Melly just come out calm. Gets in the driving back. Okay. We're waiting on. All right. So y'all peep something. So the red shoes that Juvie had on, remember those are still in the car when they processed it. Cause we seen it. Took his shoes off, probably to sleep. Yeah, that's definitely plausible for sure. All right. Hold on. Is there something else I want to show on this real quick? Let me see. Oh, let me take notes on this too. Withers and Mills. Hopefully I can get on and get the actual full documents because everything's on my other computer. All right. So let me pause this. So according to the document, right? Oh shoot. All my papers with my notes on it just fell. It said here that Withers, right, who was the driver of the other car, the red car that we saw, said he proceeded directly to his residence where all of them lived at, which is considered the YNW house, right? They were able to confirm on the cameras, the security cameras, that he arrived at 3:49 a.m. Okay. Now it does say that on 17001 Miramar Parkway, it captured the red Mitsubishi and a dark SUV passing 172nd Street at 3:46. So within 3 minutes, the red Mitsubishis was able to make it home, right? So in that moment, right, because at 3:46 a.m., they have them on camera with the red Mitsubishi. And then at around 4:30 something is when allegedly the shooting happened. What made them? I'm thinking in this moment, right? Because if they were following with the homeboys, they all was at the same house, right? Lived at the same house. If they were following the homeboys, right? And then all of a sudden they're 3 minutes away from home. They decide to go somewhere else, and 40 minutes later, 2 of them are dead. Don't y'all think possibly something definitely escalated in that moment around 3:46 a.m.? Like, for them to go on the same path, right? And then 3 minutes away from the house, they decide to go somewhere else. And then 2 of them end up deceased. This is something. I'm a hear what I said back then before I knew much about the case. Let me see what I said. Passenger door. There was also a projectile hole on the rear left lift gate. The vehicle had also visible damage to the interior of the vehicle from projectiles entering from the outside to the inside of the vehicle. Kind of lines up with a drive-by at this point, right? It says they were. Yeah, I was green back then. This don't line up to no drive-by to me. Nah. All right, let me see. Okay, well, it does clarify that only one. I think it was Radius when we was looking at the photos earlier. They only found one, so that one shell casing that we saw in our bag was the only one they was able to find. Because it said right there. Now, again, at this point, the only reason why we know or we assume, right, YNW Melly is the on the left rear passenger is based on that video we just watched. That's the only video because at the hospital he was not in the vehicle. Oh, did I pass something? Okay. Oh, here we go right here. Dang, that disclaimer was in that my way on that one. Okay. Hold up. All right. So this is where I was telling y'all the theory of what they were saying. They said the victims were shot inside the car first, and the projectile holes on the exterior was later staged in an effort to misdirect law enforcement investigation. So if we go off of that, right? If we go off of that, that would mean possibly until I can get this paper to actually see what the autopsy say. Would it not be too far fetched to say, if we're going off what they're saying, that the rear passenger was shot in the head originally? Maybe that was the kill shot. The front passenger was shot in the head and the torso, and then the rear passenger ended up getting more wounds to his back once they tried to stage it. All right, so hold on. Man. All right, so listen, right? If we're going to, so like I said, it definitely feel like the driver said some words to the passenger, the front passenger. Don't know what type of time. The way he was looking back though was kind of like, what the F, in my opinion. They get in the car or whatever. The other two come. I think in this video I read it, but I believe the front passenger was shot first. So maybe that's the target, right? The target was the front passenger, and the rear passenger either didn't fall in line with the whole play, panic or something, then he was shot, in my opinion, right? Now I know someone asked me earlier on Clubhouse, but the documents right here said that Withers, which was one of the people in the Mitsubishis, was contacted by Demon via Snapchat. Yeah, he's accused because he was in that left passenger seat on that video. So they're just going with everybody because the two decedents, when they got to the hospital, they were in the same seating that they were in on the studio video. The driver is the same person that was driving on the studio video. The only person missing, right, was YNW Melly, who was in the back rear, right? And they found a shell casing on that side. And I believe this is a document where they actually say they believe all the shots came from, well, the kill shots, right, came from the left side rear. Let's see. And then I'm gonna get back into the audio from court too in just a minute. Trying to see what else it said. All right, so look. This is where, so it says these records also show a continuous route from the studio to the residence without a stop or delay in between. The cell site warrant for cell phones of Demons, Thomas, and Williams revealed they travel west. Okay. Video shows the gray Jeep Compton travel west at 3:53 hours and then returned east at 4:06. So 3:53. 4:06. Then say demon cell phones. Williams, Thomas. Okay. Okay. Phone records show the cell phones of Demons and Williams moving through the area prior to entering the hospital at 4:35. So 4:35, they entered. 4:25, they are moving. The cell phones are moving around Pembroke and I-75. Okay. So he separated from the phone belonging to Williams at 4:32. Okay. So in this document right here, it does say they have evidence that show that Henry and Demons, which is the defendants, drove around for a period of time with the 2 dead victims in their car before going to the hospital. All right. I think I got a little, I think I'm good. So, well, y'all remember my theory last night? It just got blown up, right? Because remember I said they can't, in my opinion, unless the girlfriend does take the stand and say that allegedly YNW Melly FaceTime her and whatever, how can they pinpoint that he actually was the person with the phone? Because YNW Portland is stating he doesn't have a phone. So I'm like, how can they say he had the phone? But right here in this document, it says that the whole time, allegedly, the phone that belongs to YNW Melly, and then the phone that belongs to the passenger front seat decedent was together all the way up until 4:32 a.m., right? At that time, now that phone is not with the body. So that means the body of Williams and the phone is now at the hospital, but Melly phone is not there. And we know allegedly Cortland, right, the driver, is at the hospital too. So he wouldn't have access to the phone. Now, it could have been, right, assumed that he could have just said, well, he must have threw the car, like the phone was dropped. But you remember, he sent his location ping twice to Fredo Bang. So it pinpoint that at 4:32 a.m. and 4:53 a.m., someone actively had that phone sending the location to Fredo Bang, and they are allegedly and assuming that it was YNW Melly. So now the phone definitely would be something. I'm about to get back into the trial. I'm not sure if they talked about it, but the phone would be definitely something the defense would have to really counterattack, because if they don't, it's not a way to put that phone in the hands of Bortland. Let's see here. Where was his location and what time was it pinged? When he dropped the ping to Fredo Bang Prince, he dropped his ping at 4:32 a.m. and he was at Pembroke, in the Pembroke area, right? Then at 4:53, he was like a couple meters away from the original location, but in the same area. Not you had to call back up. All right, let's get back into it. So yeah, so now let me put that. That's gonna be a notch on the defense for today, because that cell phone is gonna be an issue, Because yesterday, remember I said, how can they prove Melly had the phone? But now it's gonna be like, how can the defense prove that he ain't had the phone? All right. Let's get back into it. Good stuff, y'all. Okay. Yes. Let me see. Does it say in this? Hold on. I got so many tabs open now. Hold on. Let me find my tab. So let's see. Moving around the area west of I-75 in Pembroke Pines at 4:25 prior to entering the hospital at 4:35. So I'm assuming so because that's only 10 minutes. So it was 10 minutes from the Pembroke Pines. And then 10 minutes later, they were at the hospital. So, let's see what else we got here. It says video evidence shows Henry arriving at the hospital with Williams, but without YNW Melly. It then said, "Yeah, I gotta make y'all laugh, okay?" I literally was like, "Why do I hear myself talking?" That was funny. Oh, I'm looking around like, why in the world did I hear myself talking? Oh, that was funny. All right, let me see. What else do they have? What do we got? All right, which one did we just watch? We just watched that one. All right, so now this one, okay, is gonna, and I'm gonna just say again, trigger warning possible, okay? And because they're showing footage of prior to the, the murder. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me see. Yeah, so he hopped out around 4:30 and sent his location right on and pick him up. At this point, he probably, unless he changed. I honestly, because okay, at this point, I don't know. With the not testimony, the deposition of the mother of the girlfriend, right? It seems like how they described it, he was hiding. So I don't think he changed his clothes yet, right? I think he's definitely waiting for a ride. And then at that point, once the ride got there, right, he did everything. I think he was hiding, allegedly, right? Now, I will say last night, my theory was maybe he ran off to run away from Portland because maybe Portland was the shooter, right? But that may not be it now that we get into day 2, and I'll explain why I'm kind of thinking maybe it's something else, right? Right. So we listened to the audio of his testimony or his statement that he made at the hospital. Yeah, he told a bunch. None of that added up for sure. All right, here we go. Let's listen. Oh, may not have no audio. So it is 30 minutes of silence. So I guess we'll be talking, okay? Let me see. Cell phone records show an associate had gave false information. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into them statements too. Because we did one deposition last night, but we're gonna do get back into that paperwork that I had in my original live. I'm trying to pull it up though. I may have to bring my other laptop in though. Cause I know I got it saved on that. Okay, here go everybody. Oh, that's a different angle. The fact that YNW Melly and YNW Portland was so calm to be together after this definitely is going to paint a different picture that they probably plotted whatever happened together, and one won't be able to paint the other one as like a threat. So that initial right to left did not match the victim's room left to right. Yeah, I remember them saying that, and that's why they're so adamant that YNW Melly, because he was seen in the left passenger seat, had to be the shooter because it aligns with it. I wonder if they're gonna speak like what is gonna be the narrative, if any, to if he's gonna say he got out. Okay, for sure. Definitely. And then what's so crazy, my original computer was all over the place, and that's where everything saved at. I've never been here, but this kind of look like a little spooky area. Okay. Mhm. Evidence from mm. Oh, 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 oh. I was gonna say, who is that walking like he got a whole chopper? Okay. I tell you, you can come up on the panel because I'm over here just trying to fill in blank air because none of these videos got audio. Normally it's only Big Stepper that'll pull up, and Big Stepper be saying all types of wild stuff. Okay. Okay. They look calm. That's the old boy that just walked past. It don't even look weird in there. Mm. Okay, I remember when he walked out of there. He's sleeping in the front. Oh, do you think he would be sleeping? Melly looked that allegedly that's Melly right there. Do you think he would be sleeping though? Can they tell if somebody is sleep when they like are killed? I need to. Hopefully, I can pull it up. If not, like I said, I'm gonna bring out my other laptop. Nothing. I mean, nothing looked weird. It was more weirdness in the video outside than it is inside. It just seems like, they walking around. I don't know. But I'm gonna need for this website to stop playing with me. Oh, what he ran for? Who was that? I think that's the dude, the studio owner. But didn't he like kind of ran a jog or something? Like that was. Oh my gosh! Why are we looking at it? What else coming up? Hey, they just padding this video. I'm like, why are we looking at this? We need where are they? I don't know. It seems like they're throwing in a lot of unnecessary stuff. Is he about to get on driver's seat? Okay, no. He going somewhere else. I think he was just scratching his nuts just now. Exactly. Okay. Especially we 3 minutes from the house because allegedly all of them stayed at the same house. We 3 minutes from the house, and then all of a sudden Like, you know, we end up somewhere else, like, or turn off. I'll be like, bro, where you going? All them boys just must be young. Dude looked up. Oh boy was saying something. I don't know what he was saying, but the way that dude in the black looked at him, he had to be saying something. Allegedly, in my opinion. A little doofy right there. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Dreas,
Mickey.
what's up? Over here, like, looking like, where is the. I don't know, man.
Okay, so listen. I ain't never seen a drive by make a perfect circle. I'm sorry. That just don't sit well in my spirits. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna agree. I think it was a hit. I think the hit was to be sitting ducks, and the back shot seats actually make sense that they were already deceased, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say they were trying to stage something, so they shot through the back. That would explain a lot. But were they saying the
That's what the
bullet holes
police
were
are saying.
right? And then my whole thing is the fact that only the passengers were hit and are deceased. That's the biggest part for me, because ain't no way if that's a genuine drive by, it's not just two people to target. We airing out the whole car. We hitting wherever. These were very direct and intentional shots. And for something to be in a perfect circle like that, that's telling me maybe if you was standing outside the car, one of y'all was shooting from the back and the other one shot from the side. But
Uh-huh.
niggas have a force of habit. If you've been shooting for fun, you gonna shoot that shit in a circle. It's not gonna be sporadic like a drive by.
Facts. And you know what? I'm gonna bring up once whatever this is about to do, because I want to look at the scene, the actual crime scene from the scene, because I want to say all the glass was in grass, like maybe they was pulled over or something.
Is that what all that green stuff was? I thought it was like maybe weed that fell out the container. Oh, can I say
No,
that? I'm so sorry.
it's I think it's grass. Well,
It's
not on that.
grass.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
it's grass. If
grass.
I remember,
Grass is grass.
I don't know what all this footage is, because they don't pull it off unless they like to circle back. I don't know why they showing this part. I would definitely be like losing my mind. Okay, sitting in that jury pool.
Are they sitting there to watch the activity around what happened while it was going?
I have no idea. Like, I don't even know why we're still here. Like, they already left. That's why I'm over here tripping. Like, why are we still at the thing?
But my question is why those two? So my question is there any prior beef or something that maybe had been mentioned that went down
Yeah.
to just be those two?
Well, definitely the front passenger. Okay. Allegedly, he was like, and this is the words. If y'all was in my live last night, this is what YNW Melly's mother, not mother, YNW Melly's girlfriend's mother said. He was like awkward. He was weird, and like he was sending like penis pictures to YNW Melly's girlfriend. He was like, I can't remember what the word, but it wasn't the best word to use. So like he was like on some other stuff, and that's what he was known for allegedly, right? And then something with YNW Melly's mom. I have to pull up the paperwork for that. I know I got it in the other video. Something with this county website won't let me on because I'm trying to get the full documents without having to go get my dinosaur of a laptop out and get it off my computer. So
Because it's just very odd. Like, even with the dude, remember how you told us to make sure we take a peek at the dude who was like kind of looking at his homeboy a little crazy, right?
mm-hmm.
So my thing is this, like, it looked like he was trying to make sure everybody got in the right car, in all honesty. Like, nah, buddy, you can ride with us. one of them situations. He looking like, nigga, why? Like, you know, if somebody really don't know and he don't want to nah, you gonna ride with me tonight. And it's like, nah, nigga, what? That's probably why he hit him with the nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, nigga, what do it matter what car I'm in?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe.
That could make sense why old boy was like smirking and laughing. That I can see that. Melly is on his phone just now. Like, it's like, I think whatever definitely transpired had to be in that car, man, because like they're just walking around like it's nothing. Yeah, I don't fast forward because like they're showing the same angle. All right, let me pull up that other video of the crime scene real quick. What's Prince at? Yeah. Also notice the doors were locked to the red car. If your theory correct, then that ensured they got into the Jeep. And see, the driver, right, of that red car actually is a witness. Like, gave a statement.
What?
We gonna get into that too in just a minute. Okay, where is it? This one? No, that was a trial. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Dang it. Where is? Okay, this is a hospital one. He came in hot, almost on two wheels. Did they rob in the same house, same position? Yes, Prince, they did. Minus Melly. Melly didn't go to the hospital.
Officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance.
See, he got the hoodie on now. That hoodie he had in his hand. I wonder if they had seatbelts on.
I don't
They
belong
didn't show how they arrived at the studio. Let me fast forward a little bit. Okay.
Telling you about immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen with those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. The dashes are for when the pedestrian is walking across into the ER. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of.
He went in there. He's like, oh my gosh. Like, if I ain't knew nothing else, like, he played that part to the T. And then when you hear he rolled around, or they
I'm going to
allegedly
pause the video at 4:36, 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video.
Let's get to the blur part.
You identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all, they make it blur on purpose because they're taking them out of the car. I'm just trying to see something real quick. Or try to see something.
Yes, ma'am.
And that go to Gurney. So he definitely got tested for it. Right. Why did he put the hoodie on? He definitely got tested for it. The document that I had didn't show if it was positive or not. But we're gonna see. It's possible that they moved that seat. So the back passenger possibly came out first.
But Mickey, if they have a 4-door, they're gonna open the back door and take him out. They're not gonna pull him through the front, especially if they took somebody out the front. They're not gonna let the seat down and try to pull him through there. They're just gonna take him out the back through the back door.
I don't know how that seat got up. No, he didn't get arrested that night. He got arrested like months later. He got questioned that night though, Bortman. Melly did not. Because the second one is taking a little bit of time. So now this is the second one. All right. I'm trying to find the crime scene one. I can't remember. And we still got look. I done went back to just a video. That's how you know my doggone brain cells. What is this about? Let's listen to this one.
Do you love getting high, but
getting high?
Witness.
Leandra Phillips,
And what she had testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
Oh, that's the one.
May I ask the relationship? Ms. Phillips, we would object on the grounds of that case.
All right, and counsel, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned. And I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, we talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are off the stand.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the insurers, is the way I understood. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available to testify to basically the same thing. And my recollection at sidebar, you said that you didn't have other, and you put in the words, credible witnesses that would be able to identify the decedent. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And then we would respectfully.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be a long trial.
That suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law.
Since 2019.
Well, yeah, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez. The case
they got arrested February 2019.
I could be wrong, but that's my recollection.
Melly been in jail
also,
since then.
Indicated as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen, and it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically testify to those issues that the alleged victim is dead. One of the elements of proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see what exactly it said.
Okay,
that was my
James.
recollection. The second thing though is I thought this was resolved by you made a suggestion that you're going to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation. When would that be? And when would that happen? And you indicated that after,
I can't get on the
I guess, the election
website.
recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing, I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family. Saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
Talk your stuff, lawyer.
Case analysis.
I agree. They should have definitely had things in place for it to be this long.
The citation of the other case, Your Honor.
And it's a death penalty case, so I kind of like think these type of technicalities, which kind of make you think like, how well will this case be? You know,
I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify, as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
And I believe the seminal case is Weltry v. State, 402 Southern 2nd 1159 from 1981.
402
Southern 2nd 1159.
I apologize. I got to get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect
402
Southern 2nd 1159, Florida, 1981. And I would just, as the gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining.
And I believe that was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they wish to rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says it's clear from the record that the brother's identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant. Nor can we say that the brother's testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond reasonable doubt. Here, the witness referred to by...
I had to walk off my doggone computer, started making a doggone wishing sound. Like, what the world? Hopefully it's gonna make that stupid noise again. Alright, let's see something. Let's just get, I thought they had something else going on. Let me just go into the actual full while I'm trying to pull up the paperwork. Let's see. Okay, who is this on the stand? You know what, Jules? We're watching some testimony while I'm trying to pull up paperwork.
Jury entering.
That lady lawyer must just, because she smirks a lot.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the vote of our jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Devon's counsel, his assistant state attorneys, and one of our witnesses, jury. Madam, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a good night. We're going to start now, I think, with the cross-examination by Mr. Edelstein. If you're ready.
Did he just wave at somebody?
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings.
Yes, sir.
That you found, I think your exact word was spent casings.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the fire.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gut, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That's correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the cases, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
Correct.
Is that 100K?
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois.
All right, pause. Y'all do not ask me why I knew that who address that was. I had to look at myself like, that's weird that you knew who address that was. That's crazy. All right, y'all. That is crazy. All right, I'm already connected. I'm gonna let this play a little bit. While I'm trying to pull the paperwork. I feel like maybe I should go back if they done jumped all the way to that. So I'm gonna go back a little bit because not all of us know the starting point. So let me just go back a little bit while I'm trying to get the paperwork. That's the scenario for sure. Is she the first witness? I think she the first. We're gonna just leave it here. And then I'll fill in the blanks if need be in a minute.
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. You mentioned, and I'm going to get to it in a second. You mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
Let me show you. May I approach, show this witness a document?
What is it marked? Is it marked or is it?
It's not marked.
State of objection?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document and see if this refreshes your recollection now? Point two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Does that refresh your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois.
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe.
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife, correct?
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between you.
Allegedly, yes.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man, correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address, correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach a witness to see if that refreshes the recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That is correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes.
And some ammunition, correct?
Correct.
.40 caliber ammunition.
Correct.
As a result of finding this key to this storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No.
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
Got you, Dreas. I had to log into my other laptop because the one I want to do what I need to do. But we here now. I'll be able to pull the paperwork. And
did I hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you?
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best. Keep it quilted.
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. Is there anything further?
oh Lord, what was that?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters.
Yes.
With regards to the holsters, was there a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
We're looking at your property receipt of the recovered items. I'll refresh your memory.
Yes.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Lock.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
All right. So, I'm missing. All right, y'all. If you're just joining in, make sure you're sharing the live, liking it, comment, run the chat up for sure. We are about to take a break, okay, from the video for a second, because I kind of want to get the documents up on the screen. And I just came in on my other account, so hold on. And kind of go through some details here. And then we're gonna like be jumping back and forth. And so far, what y'all thinking? I know for me, compared to yesterday to today, I'm kind of just like, okay, right. Is anybody gonna say like have a stance for why we see YNW Melly get in the car at the studio but not be in the car at the hospital? Like, where is he, right? Or what's being said about where he is, right? Because from what they're laying out, that is the key. Because right now they're utilizing, in my opinion, the fact that he is seen on camera getting into the side of the car in the position where they feel the shooting came from. Y'all, aren't y'all happy I don't use that other laptop? Because this thing is still slow, okay? All this time later, it's still slow. I used to hate having to use it when I used to go live, because remember when I couldn't play videos? Good times, good times. All right, I got it coming up. Hold up. Share screen. ACT. All right, did it switch out for y'all? Can y'all see what I see? No, nothing. Oh, it's changing. Hold on, it's coming. It's coming. All right. All right. So with that guilt, that's going to be out, right? Because, and we went over this yesterday though, but the girlfriend and the girlfriend mother already provided a deposition where they said that he provided, like he called on FaceTime or some type of video call, right? And that they didn't get up until the next day. So that theory or that option will be out as of right now. I just had to get my copyright up real quick. All right. Let's see here. Let's go down. Let's go down. What exactly am I looking for? Where I want to go with this? Kind of feel like we should go. We don't have to go all the way back because I think I need that info. Okay, let's see. Probable cause hearing. Is that the one I need? You know what though, Gil? It's crazy you say that because last night we found out that allegedly, right, it was a new girlfriend in play too. So you might be right. Maybe this one. Let me see. Is this what? I'm trying to find a discovery so we can actually talk about, because I think someone asked me earlier. I don't know if it was on Clubhouse or here. Exactly how did YNW Melly come up prior to the video footage? Okay, now this ain't the one. That's not it. Hold on, that's supposed to be 9 pages. Why that only came up as 1 page? View all pages. Okay, there we go. How do I make it bigger? Bigger. That's too small. Hold up. All right, this is the discovery. I need to make it bigger though. Hold on. Let me try to make it bigger real quick because I can barely see it. Let's see. Because y'all remember last night I was trying to see who's actually on the witness list. So maybe this will help us. All right. I think this is going to be big. All right. Here we go. And then we'll get back into, hold on. All right. Now we good. All right. The names are just a person personally known to the prosecutor to have information that may be relevant to any offense charge or any defense thereto. So this was filed April 9th, 2019. So this was at the beginning of the whole investigation. They are already arrested at this point. Okay. Mhm. So Jameson, Frank Rose, Francois is on there. Frederick Givens is on there. Travion Glass is on there. Mariah is on there. Hamilton, which is the girlfriend. Felicia Holmes, which is the girlfriend's mother. Yeah, a lot of these are old ones from years ago, and a lot has changed. They don't redact them, unfortunately. And normally I would move it. But thank you for reminding me that I have this page live. All right. Okay. All right, so let me see here. So, containing jail calls. So here it said they got defendants' oral and recording statements containing jail call recordings and statements to law enforcement. Then it says the co-defendant, right? So it says they don't have no confidential informant information. So at this point, I don't have no report for fingerprint, DNA. Firearm ballistic. Weapons, projectiles. They got records, videotapes. They got that. Social media, cell phone. And y'all, I'm just skimming through. All prints, it is. Okay. Autopsy report. We haven't gotten nowhere yet. We just got into the paperwork. Let's see. Trying to see what's included in the original discovery. Of course. It's on your screen right now. Okay, Jacoby Mills interview. So is that the only interview they got in here? Okay. Y'all, this is my original computer I'm on that was very slow. Okay. So they do have search warrant, historical cell site information for Frederick Gibbons. They have. So I will say that's another reason why, if it was more to that situation, okay, definitely would probably be on this somewhere. At the time state, okay. All right, that really ain't tell us nothing, but nevertheless, at least we know now. Let's go back. Trying to find. Definitely, it's. Let me see. I can't remember exactly what's all on here. Let's see. Is this the one that's gonna show me what I need? All right. So what I'll do, because I'm still skimming through this paperwork, and I already had put it up there and didn't realize, although a lot of these are I just saw it. A lot of these probably have been changed. I do want to be mindful that maybe, it hasn't. So let me switch over. I'm going to play. It said DNA warrant to the search phone case. Yeah, probably because it's blood and stuff on there. But I'm going to switch back over and play some more of the actual. Hold on, which one am I sharing? Play some more of the actual trial while I'm getting the paperwork pulled up, so that way we can already, have it. Because I'll be sitting here, y'all know I'll be forgetting sometimes that I'm even on live. I'll be just researching. Correct. I think it's safe to say it wasn't a drive-by. The audio from the statement made by the co-defendant definitely was suspicious. At this moment, we do not have a possible motive. However, it is some allegations, right? Within the documents, but I'm gonna wait till I get into that because I am gonna, revisit that. But let me see. Let me add that to the screen. We're gonna go ahead and press play.
Council, want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
That's a qualified name. Hey, Grace, I had just saw your message.
Welcome. These are our witness stand. When you get there, what I'd like to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
First name R-A-M-O-N-D. Last name M-A-Y-C-O-C-K.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
That microphone adjusts up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Makoff. I'm currently employed at the Guard Sheriff's Office in the Central and State Division.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy, I'm sorry.
And how long have you been employed by BSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that? I'm going to turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take the first shot, and process all their arrested.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with the defendant Jamel Demons back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprinting.
And similar to your general duties, you would have processed him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Show me the witness was previously shown to defense counsel as states U for identification. Deputy, can you take a look at that? It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a work ID.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on an electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states U, the state's next numbered exhibit.
The objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States U will be marked, states 20 will be separate.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement?
I'm off here stuffing my face. All right, hold on. So I got the document that's gonna shed some light on some things.
Mr. Demons?
No, ma'am.
One moment.
Do you see the defendant, Jamel Demons, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
You see it to my right hand side, has on a sweater and a suit jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Is there any
How
cross-examination?
you remember that
Just
date
briefly.
and time? Oh. Why did it freeze like that? Uh-oh. Oh, they don't want to hear this. Huh? Look, Guilt said he done did this a couple times. He know.
Thank you.
Well, the fingerprint guy is done. I really didn't understand why that was. Oh, they must have found. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, hold on. I'm about to share my screen just a minute. And we're going to get into some details. For those who may not already know, we're going to get into the paperwork. Now, this is the original probable cause information, okay? Just to give us a little background so we can, moving forward, we can kind of know, especially those who may be just joining us for the YNW Melly trial, you can kind of know what they originally had going on. So hold on to your loving. All right. Then it switch over. What y'all see? Y'all see paperwork or y'all see a video? Why is it tripping like that? Hold on. Y'all should see what I see. Do you see what I see? All right. I think y'all see what I see. I can just take my photo off because I'm not even. All right, cool. So again, this is the original probable cause that they had to get the arrest warrant, right? So I'm gonna like go over it, but not in detail because I have that full live that I do this and that live. I just ain't felt like keep skipping, and I had my disclaimer in the way, so I just did it this way. But nevertheless, if you miss anything, feel free to go look at that live. And as always, the documents is made public for any and everybody. Okay. Now, a lot of this we already know. As far as the car, where everybody was sitting at. So I'm gonna just go ahead and continue on past that. We already talked about this as far as where they were actually sitting at and where they were shot at. Okay. Now, it does say here, like last night and yesterday for day one, they played the audio of YNW Bortland, who was the driver of the vehicle allegedly, right? This is what was provided by him to the police at the hospital, okay? It says, according to him, he departed a recording studio in Fort Lauderdale with the two victims in his vehicle. So at this point, he does not mention YNW Melly, right? He says the two victims and him. Now it said that he then states that he drove on I-595 to I-76, exited Memorial Parkway, headed west, stated at just past Southwest 160th Avenue, which is Dykes Road, a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting. Now, we definitely know at this point that was not the scene, for those who don't know, but that's the original statement. It also says that according to Bartland, he then immediately lowered his body position to the floorboards in a protective posture to avoid being shot. He added that when he sat upright, his friends Williams and Thomas were shot, and he immediately proceeded to the hospital. Okay. Now, it then says that the detective later drove with Henry to have him identify and provide the location of where the shooting occurred. When they got to that location, no, I'm not reading verbatim. I'm summarizing it. So just FYI for those who's like, what are you reading? So when they got to the scene and they looked at what was not present as far as evidence and the statements that were made by Henry, they definitely determined that that was a lie. Okay. So they also walked about 12 blocks around that area to look for evidence. And it says it should be noted not a single report of gunshots were reported to Broward County Communication Center nor Miami-Dade. Okay. And it also should be noted that around 172nd Avenue and 184th Avenue was closed down on October 29, 2018, and canvassed on foot by detectives and officers with no evidence being found. Okay. Now, the night of this statement, right? It says, here we go. It says that Henry hands were processed, right, by the crime scene for gunshot residue. It does say here that lab results are pending the Tri-Tech gunshot residue evidence collection. And it says the presumptive gunshot residue test was negative. So meaning the real quick test that they do was negative. However, they still send it off to the lab. Now, if we continue. All right. So on October 26th, it says the police, well, that's writing this report, along with another detective, made contact with Datavius Wither, who initially identified himself as Octavius Williams at an address on Southwest 44th Street. This is the last known residence of the victims, okay? According to Withers, they, meaning Withers, Henry, Demons, Thomas, Williams, and a few others, were at a recording studio, Fort Lauderdale, and all left in two separate vehicles, okay? So, right here, do y'all believe, because this is my first time seeing it, do you think Withers was the one who added YNW Melly to the mix, right? Prince, so Prince, according to what the state is saying, right? They're saying that YNW Melly was the actual shooter and then Bortland was the accessory to help shoot up and stage the car, according to them. All right, so it then says that Withers stated he arrived a little bit ahead of the victims at the residence. Withers stated it wasn't until later that he found out his friends were shot. Withers said that Demons was in his vehicle, the red Mitsubishi. So, this was another person in Melly's camp that told a story, because again, they have the footage from the studio. So, according to Withers, originally he provided to the police that Melly was in his car. Okay, so that's bad business, right? But nevertheless, that's what he said. Now, it does say that Withers said that Demons was in his car and the Great Jeep was only had Henry, Williams, and Thomas. Now, Withers was asked if he knew the location of Demons, and he stated he did not. However, it was later discovered that Withers was lying to the police and that he had just came from the residence of Fredo Bang and had been in the presence of Demons. Okay, so original statement by Withers, okay, stated that Melly was with him in his car and that only Bortland and the other two victims was in the other car, right? Then it also said that Withers didn't know where Melly was, but in actuality, he did know where Melly was. He was allegedly at Fredo Bang house and he actually was there also. So everybody allegedly, per the paperwork, met up at Fredo Bang's house, which case in point could be why his name is all up and through the paperwork. Now let's keep on. Now, it does say here that the detectives made contact with the management of the studio. Now, if we go in order, do we know for a fact the order they have in this probable cause paperwork is the order it happened? No. All we can do is assume it is and go from there. So, according to the documents, they spoke with Bortland first because he was the one that arrived at the hospital with the deceased bodies. Okay. Next, they spoke to Withers, who identified himself as the person that was in the red Mitsubishi truck that we see on the studio camera later on, right? And that Melly was in the car with him originally, but they later found out that that was definitely a lie once they got the footage, right? Then also they now find out that not only was he lying about Melly being in his car, but he was also lying about not knowing where Melly was because according to the document, everybody met up at Fredo Bang's house after the fact, right? Now, so next they have the studio. So it says the manager of the studio, Albert Price, confirmed the victims were at the studio along with Jamel Demons and Courtney Henry. The manager provided Toyota and Bertrand, which is the detectives, access to the security cameras. Okay. So it says at this point they're able to confirm what we see in the video, right? Of who got into where, and they break it down to that point. Now, it then goes to, as stated earlier, Withers said he proceeded directly to his residence. Okay. So that's where they outline. They can see that he actually, along with the SUV that everyone else was in that's on this case, were passing 172nd Avenue at 3:46 a.m. Okay. And it says this is consistent with the arrival of the Mitsubishi to the gates where they live at 3:49 a.m. Okay. And it says Withers did have to stop and be identified to enter the residence. So Withers is the driver of the red car, according to this paper, right? Now, it says a search warrant was issued for the vehicle driven by Henry and occupied by Thomas Williams and Demons. So far, the name Demons, right, which is YNW Melly, has been provided by his own camp. Okay, they got the video of the studio after speaking with two people already. Okay, so again, they would have, in my opinion, definitely figured out that YNW Melly was in the car, right? But before they even got the video, three people, Bortland, Withers, and Price, who is the studio owner, provided statements in some sort, okay, to the police already. Now, some of them definitely was lying already, but nevertheless, statements was already provided. And if y'all recall the audio with Bortland, it was shaky. Within 5 minutes of that interview, I personally was like, yeah, he capping, okay? And it was like 45 minutes, if I can recall. Now, it does say here they went into looking into the vehicle. We already went over that, so I'm gonna skip that. All right, so this is the part that was cut off before when I was on the video, and it says here, okay? This is why they are so stern on Melly is indeed the shooter, okay? And it says it here. It says this was the seat that was utilized by Demons as observed on video, okay? It says this single shell casing also contradicts statements made by Henry stating this incident was a drive-by shooting. This supports the evidence that the victims were shot inside the car first, then projectile holes on the exterior was later staged in effort to misdirect law enforcement investigation. Okay. Now, Prince says no reason. Hold on. No reason for Withers to lie unless he's protecting Melly as well. Look back to police. Correct. Now I will say this: what makes it look suspicious, right? And now it's starting to kind of make sense why, like, this case is just so messy, because it seems like the situation had to be unexpected. There's no way it was pre-planned. It was that messy, right? And then everybody scrambled. Why did everybody think to meet in one spot though, right? And it kind of seems, outside looking in, like they met to come up with the game plan, the storyline, right? Because now you got Withers saying that you were in his car. And I'm like, do they not know it was going to be camera footage provided at some point? It just seemed real messy. Real messy. All right. Now, the next day, which is October 27th, right? Withers is contacted again, right? And now they have the video from the studio, right? And this is where, like always, the story changes, right? So Withers now say that Demons was in the gray Jeep, which is Melly. I'm gonna stop using Demons, so some of y'all may not know. I'm just gonna say Melly. He said that Melly was in the Jeep, right, initially, but he got out along the way and got into his car, right? And then it says that this occurred on I-75, and stated that Withers was contacted by Demons via Snapchat to pull over on I-75 and meet up, right? Now, that would make sense. Like I said, we don't see him in the car on the hospital camera, right? But let's see. Now, the next thing they say here is a search warrant was obtained for the phones of Demons, Withers, Williams, and Thomas, okay? The mapping showed Demons, Thomas, and Williams were together, and Withers followed behind them, okay? It was determined that Withers did proceed to the residence, right? And then also confirmed that by the gate's security. Now, it does say here that the red car, right, the Mitsubishi, went straight there with no stops. But now it gets into the cell phone site warrants for Demons, Thomas, and Williams revealed that they traveled west of Memoir. I know I'm saying that wrong, Parkway, and turned north, right? Now, they do have video evidence that show the gray Jeep Compass traveling west at 3:53 a.m. and returning east at 4:06 a.m., right? And then the cell phone corresponds with the actual crime scene location, which is within Broward County. Williams' cell phone also registered at the same location as Melly. Thomas registered on the cell tower near the crime scene, but separate and apart from the false reported drive-by location. Now, let's talk about that, right? So, let me finish this, then we're going to talk about it. This evidence contradicts statements made by Henry at the hospital as it shows a different past travel. These records also don't show Demons meeting up with Withers and proceeding home with them. So, yeah. This definitely couldn't have been pre-planned, right? Now, what I will say about this is what could kind of be like, depending on how they can swing it, why was Thomas' phone not in the actual location of Melly and Set Chaser, right? So according to that, they're saying that Julie's phone was on a cell tower near the crime scene, but separate, right? And apart from the other two. That's kind of odd, right? Just thinking about it. Now, so they definitely just blew the alibi that Melly was in the other car with Withers. Now, it further goes on to say that Melly's phone was shown traveling starting at 3:20 a.m. until the time of the shooting. This was consistent with video evidence obtained in the case. The records then show Demons traveling back in the eastern direction, with the location of the crime scene being on the path of travel. It should be noted that the original crime scene identified by Henry was a false location. The investigation revealed that Henry intentionally lied to an investigator and also to deceive and mislead the investigation in an attempt to hide the incriminating truth pertaining to the homicides of Thomas and Williams. Now, I will say, so far you do see Portland name a lot. Let me see what y'all saying. They got the GPS forensics info in the phone. It's over for Melly. Well, I mean, I'm still going to say this though, right? And I touched on it last night. And look, y'all walk down this with me. Y'all walk down with this with me. I read the transcripts of the deposition for YNW Melly's girlfriend's mother, right? And remember, she was kind of not very reliable on what she saw on this said FaceTime. Because remember, they said, well, we don't have a record of a FaceTime. But remember, the whole thing was that allegedly Melly FaceTimed his girlfriend screaming, saying, yo, we just got shot up. The two of them are dead. I'm in some woods or something, right? But remember, the mom was like, well, I saw his face. I don't know, was it inside our apartment or was it outside in some bushes? So without that, how do you know without a doubt, right, that at the time of this shooting or at the time of this phone being near the shooting, that it was indeed YNW Melly, right? Now, granted, it doesn't, I mean, you can definitely just be like, well, we see them getting in a car, right, at the studio. But, right, at the same time, just because you see somebody getting in a car somewhere doesn't mean they never got out the car, right? So we see him get in the car. We know he's not in the car when the car finally comes to a stop, meaning at the hospital, because they no longer have access to that car because the police took over. How do we know without a doubt that he's in there? You know what I'm saying? Like it's him. Now, I will go back to the whole situation with Fredo Bang pleading the fifth to some of those questions. Well, those questions I read last night. Because if he would have said yes or no to these questions, then without a doubt, that would be reliable information to say, well, Melly, you was the one with this phone, and we know this because your friend said that you text him, or he know for sure that you text him, right? So I just don't see how. I mean, you definitely could allude to it for sure, right? But I just don't see how that would be like just it to say that. Now, I will say this, like I said earlier, what has my mind kind of like, with this phone situation is that at some point the phone is no longer moving with the bodies, right? So, in my opinion, if it really was something that was pre-planned or premeditated, and if indeed, right, Melly did do this, why would he just not leave his phone in the car? You know what I'm saying? Because if it was really thought through, we all, well, I would think, even if you just watch TV, not really doing nothing, right? We know the cell phone towers are going to pick up. So why not just leave your phone in the car, right? And just whatever. So that was definitely a big mistake. I think the defense, because I don't think the prosecution is going to really have to do too much on the cell phone. Because the illusion is there, right? Because we're even saying like, dang, Melly, you for sure was there, right? But if the defense can either provide a logical scenario where Melly didn't have the phone, because one of the arguments that I went over that they filed was saying that that's not Melly's main phone. And remember, Portland didn't have a phone, but you can't really pin the phone on Portland if while Portland is at the hospital, right, someone is using that phone and it's pinging somewhere else to ask for a ride. So it's definitely there. Right. So So if you remember, I don't know if you was on the live, but when we were looking at the video that they were showing the evidence, we counted that on the passenger side of the car in the doors. Now they definitely say that both Melly and Bortland allegedly shot up the car after the decedents were deceased in the car, but they're saying allegedly Melly was the actual shooter of the deceased. So, yeah, I think that phone is going to cause an issue just because if you can't say without a reasonable doubt or without a reasonable, however it go, right, that Melly was the one with the phone. But at the same time, you can say almost definitely Bortland didn't have the phone because Bortland was at the hospital, right, when these pings was being sent over to Fredo Bang. So, I mean, from a juror, right, standpoint, in my mind, the prosecution already, completed their burden by just saying, well, Bortland was at the hospital. Couldn't have been him. Who was using the phone? Who was asking for a ride, right? Compared to like the defense, because now you got to kind of figure out why that's going on. Good topics. Good topic. Okay. Now, it now says down here, though, right, that according to records provided by T-Mobile, that evidence shows that Bortland and Melly drove around for a period of time with the two dead bodies in their vehicle prior to getting to the hospital. Big stuff, you are funny, okay? Now, I wonder what evidence shows that, right? I'm kind of on the fence that they're probably going to use cell tower info, like where the phones were pinging off of. But that's crazy. All right, we're gonna keep going a little bit more, and then we're gonna get into some more audio of the trial. All right, so we already seen this video, right, that came from the hospital, and it says that Henry changed his clothes, and it shows the black t-shirt from the studio, right, but then he had a black hoodie on when they got to the hospital. How the phone records show when they died. Yeah, so they don't know that part, right? As far as that, they're just saying that at some point the phone records show all the phones were together, and then at this time, which was, what was it, 4:32, allegedly Melly's phone is no longer with the victims that are deceased. So, I don't think, again, the only living person, right, there besides Melly is Bortman. All right, so they do say here that no forensic evidence was on the black hoodie. However, the black t-shirt under the hoodie worn by Henry had blood stain pattern on it, both front and back. So that there shows at the time of this alleged drive-by, right? Bortland did not have his hoodie on because there's no evidence. And if y'all remember the video of the crime scene of the vehicle, it was blood all up and through there. But they do say the t-shirt, that black shirt with a white Drew Filmed It logo on the back, had blood on front and back. Now let me ask y'all this. How do y'all think blood got on the back of the shirt? Right. Now, Gib, I do agree. I really feel like it's a lot of illusion, right? It's not really like, no, boom, at this time, because we got this video, right? I really think it's more so of illusion. And unfortunately, the illusion is kind of working, right? Because I'm even over here like, okay, unless somebody gives some answers to what, like, we already allegedly know from the paperwork is that they already proved based on cell phone data, right, that Melly never got out the car on the interstate to get in the car with the homeboy, right? Now, it could have been if that phone would have stayed in the car, right? Then it would have been more harder for them to say that he didn't get out the car, right? Because then it could have been a notion of, okay, can the security person verify, he was in, something like that. But that phone, and being that the only other living person that was in the car from the video leaving the crime scene is at the hospital, and the phone is somewhere else near the crime scene actually being used, that's gonna be a tough one. Okay. Now I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna have to say the prosecution definitely get a notch. Well, no, not the defense get a notch for that one, because that's gonna be something hard to prove. All right, so now about a little less than a month later, a canine or gunner was requesting to assist in searching the area identified as suspect crime scene from the phone record. So, if y'all don't get what just happened, so the murders happened on October 26th. Okay, a fake crime scene was provided. The police then talked to multiple people that was in the camp. They received the footage from the hospital and from the studio, right? Now they have the phone data. So now, a little less than a month later, now they know where the actual crime scene took place. And it said, did he get out with the homeboy in the red truck, or Fredo prosecutor making they? So allegedly, right, based on what they said in the opening statements and the paperwork, Fredo never was there. They met up at Fredo's house, right? Now, it was said in opening statements by the prosecution, that Melly did request a ride from Fredo and sent his location. But they never said that he actually picked them up, right? As far as the court, right? Now, depending on who you ask on YouTube, they may say something different. But as far as the court, they didn't say it. Let's keep going. Now, let's talk about this glass. Mhm, mhm, mhm. All right. So remember I was saying earlier how it was kind of tripping me out. Oh shoot, my phone back there. Hold on. It was kind of tripping me out about the glass, right? So on this probable cause situation, it says here, what to do witness. It says here that the vehicle, based on their investigation, right, was stopped, okay, at the location when weapons were discharged into the vehicle. Okay. Then it says the vehicle made a U-turn and fled the area. The other side of the road also has shards of glass consistent with the passenger windows of the vehicle. They said this again is a contradiction. Okay. To the statement made by Henry of the morning of the shooting at the hospital. This was clearly not a drive-by shooting, and no other vehicles pulled up next to them and started shooting, as Henry stated. And it says this shows a pattern of deceitfulness by Henry in all efforts to mislead the investigation. Now, that's something. At this point, right? If we just really just listen to what we're reading, and then I'm gonna get back into the audio from court. It seems like everything is falling back on Bortland, because YNW Bortland is the one who gave the original statement, right? Now the police are dissecting it, and it shows that he's lying, right? So now they're like, well, why are you lying? Because it's not adding up. So again, I definitely don't think whatever happened was premeditated. I feel like it possibly was like a issue that just was like freaky, but it happened in that car, right? And that's why they decided 3 minutes away from the house to go somewhere else. So it says here on November 26th, which is now exactly a month after the shootings, a search warrant was then obtained for the Jeep. Okay. Since the shooting, the vehicle is being said to be maintained securely at a storage facility for the Miramar police. I got to come up with a nickname because Miramar. I be having to say that slow. All right, and then the 8 projectiles, which we counted earlier when we was watching it. Here we go. So the projectiles entered from the rear lift gate, and 8 bullets flight paths has entered from the right passenger side. All right, so December 2018, the autopsy report for Williams is back. Okay, so we're gonna get into this part, and then once we get into the actual arrest, we'll go back to the court proceeding and see what still aligns. So the autopsy report. Now, y'all know one thing about murder investigations: autopsy reports are very important, and that's why coroners have to be very like reliable, because that can make or break a murder case. Okay, like they depend heavily on outlining the crime based off the coroner's report. So with autopsy. So here you go. So for Williams, which is the decedent that was in the front seat passenger, it says a wound path on the neck of Williams from back to front, left to right, and upward. This was contradiction to what was stated that a drive-by occurred on the right side of the vehicle while in motion. Williams also had a gunshot wound to his right shoulder and chest. It should be noted, none of the flight paths from the exterior of the vehicle matched the wound path on the rear of Williams' head. It was obvious the projectile entered from the left rear side of the vehicle. Now we're starting to see why Melly was the target, because at this point, they see him get in the car on the left rear side of the vehicle, and now the evidence is showing the bullet was coming from that side. Now, it says here that on December 14th, that the medical examiner looked at the Jeep that had everybody in there. But that's basically it. So January 11th, 2019. Here we go. Thomas, which is the back passenger who was killed, the information came out on his autopsy, and it says the entry wound on the left side of Thomas' face was, what is that? The intermediate wound. It should be noted that there was a 3 centimeter stippling pattern around the entry wound. This also contradicts what Henry stated at the hospital when he attempted to mislead the police, believing this was a drive-by. The evidence shows that y'all know after so many hours I get twisted. It shows that the lethal shot occurred from inside the vehicle. It was initiated from the left rear passenger side, the same position where Melly was. That is crazy. That's crazy. So basically, they're saying that the wound to Thomas' head, which was the lethal shot, was at close range, and the gunshot wounds to the back of Thomas also indicates these wounds were inflicted after he was shot in that head. All right, so the kill shot for Thomas was onto the left side of his head. All other shots occurred after he was already dead. Yeah. And let me see here. And then it said evidence from the autopsy revealed that both victims' wound passed to their head from left to right, which goes against the story. And you know what? And to be honest, I don't think it's the info, right, that they got. I feel like so all the statements that were provided, it's like they're covering up for Melly, right? Then, right, we see Melly on the video on the recording studio get in this seat where they're saying the shots came from. So without someone saying and someone being able to really prove it without like from a credible source, until Melly or his team, right, can show that he wasn't in that seat at that time, I don't know how they're gonna get away with it. Who is Sean Taylor? Gil. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they got this hole in one where they can say how or when he got out the car, then maybe, but that's gonna be a tough one, okay? All right, we almost done with this one. We're gonna get back into some more audio. Okay, so they was able to verify the shell casings inside of the vehicle match the ones they saw or found on the crime scene. They found based off cell phone records. And they're saying here that evidence shows Thomas and Williams were shot inside the vehicle. The surviving occupants, Bortland and Melly, exited the vehicle and then intentionally shot into the vehicle from the exterior. Right now, some people was asking me about Snapchat earlier. It says a search warrant was requested for a Snapchat account for Melly. The warrant review later approved. It says direct messaging of the Snapchat account revealed he was communicating with his girlfriend, Mariah Hamilton, on 11/9/2018, just 14 days after the homicides. And this is where the conversation that they were referring to Bortland, right? It says here, this ninja saved my life. He coming everywhere with me because if them actors come grab him, is my fault. You forgot I keep Bortland with because at the end of the day, he did one of the realest ish in my life. Okay. It says these are interesting statements. They are reference to Melly's loyalty and associated with Bortland. They also suggest that Henry or Bortland was loyal to him because he was the one who drove the bodies to the hospital and dealt with law enforcement. Okay. So let me just paint this picture real quick. Oh, I got you. Yep. The price of okay. Okay, so let me do this, right? And then we're gonna get back into the audio for a little bit. Think about this. It says here, and I think I'm about to read it again. The Snapchat thing, right? It says, this injure saved my life. He coming everywhere with me. Cause if them come grab him, it's my fault. You forgot? I keep Bortland with because at the end of the day, he did one of the realest ish in my life. To be honest, I originally, right, think that could mean what save my life was, did he like kill for him? You know what I'm saying? Like, was Melly in danger and he killed for him, right? Or like the police or the prosecution is trying to say it's because he drove the bodies to the hospital. But I mean, you saved my life. I mean, I don't know. Do y'all get that from that Snapchat message that when he said he saved my life was because he drove the bodies to the hospital and gave that shaky statement, or it's because he did more or was more hands-on in something? I don't know. Y'all think about it, let me know in the chat. Let's get back into this audio real quick. And then I'll probably skip through it a little bit though, depending on what they're talking about. And then we can just sum it up and see what's up with it. And then we'll get ready to end the live and be back at it tomorrow. Y'all know me, I'll be on here looking at it. So I might stay on live a little bit longer though. What it do, Lamar? So here we go. I ain't gonna lie though, that message on screen to me that they're talking about him driving the bodies to the hospital, I think possibly right. Bortley could be the
Garmin smartwatches
shooter.
have up to 11.
Cause like you saved my life just because you drove some bodies to the hospital. I don't know about that one. Oh, okay, I'm gonna say, is this my phone doing that? It's this thing. What is it? Okay, who is this? All right, we're gonna hit this testimony. Say, Mickey, how you think it's looking so far for Melly? So day one, I definitely felt like the defense took it home. So far on day two, I don't know yet. Ask me in about an hour, okay? Because so far, my theory yesterday is kind of getting poked away today, especially with the cell phone and all that. So I don't know. Let's see who talking this, and I'll let you know. So I don't know. I'm up in the air for day two. Prince, no, he was not. Melly was arrested February 2019. He never was questioned at all. They didn't get him until they arrested him.
Not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that is either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, well, I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you have source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification.
Okay, and what was that based on?
That these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are
Correct.
from the same source.
Yes.
Meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
Yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When?
Yes.
when I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings.
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes.
And that's placed on a report?
Yes.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
You may.
Publishing states 27.
Excuse me, Garrett.
And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Those markings that you've made?
Yes.
Now publishing states 28. And the markings that you refer to in states 28, are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right?
Yes.
And you indicated that the source of the identification on states 28 and on states 27 were the same source.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Councilor Zink, cross-examination.
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Consequent call your next witness.
After this time, the state will be publishing the additional video from state 7, and we'll be doing a 30 minute evidence.
Actually, need to move it to the evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC as the next state's number exhibit. I've
Show it to
previously
counsel.
shown it to council.
Is there any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, 1 second.
All right. So the only reason why Prince, I don't think so, because to be honest, based off the paperwork, the front passenger was the one that allegedly had a issue. Like that was allegedly who the beef was supposed to be based on the evidence, right? They're allegedly the motive that they are coming up with, besides the fact that he just passed out and killed his friends, was that it was an issue with the driver, not driver, the passenger. So I don't know, gets back in and rides and gets dropped off later, or he never gets back in and walks. So according to what they're saying is that he never got back into the Jeep once at 4:32 a.m. He separates based off cell phone data from the vehicle. He never gets back into the vehicle. Someone picked him up. Now, according to the documents that we're gonna get into, they state in particular who it was. We read last night that the mom was called to pick him up, but did not go pick him up because she was somewhere else. Okay. We also heard in opening statements where he did request from Fredo Bang to come pick him up, but according to documents, Fredo Bang pled the fifth. Okay. So nowhere on the documents does it say he actually did it. Some people allude to maybe he did. I don't believe he did, but we stick to paperwork. It's not in the paperwork that he did. But it is somebody in the paperwork that they do say did, but we're gonna get into that in a minute. I'm trying to wait to see what they're about to do. Also, if there's no blood on the rear passenger, then it could mean all it went to Melly clothes. So though it was no blood, I don't believe, on the left side of the vehicle when we was looking at it earlier. Maybe like some specks, but I don't think it was like a bunch of blood. It was a lot of blood in the middle console in the back. Hold on, let's see what they're about to say.
Your Honor, permission to publish case 29.
You may.
Right, definitely, it was some messed up stuff. God dang, Melly. Melly got 7 mug shots. We don't know yet. Prince, we don't know about that one. They showing, so what they're doing now, they're showing Melly's rap sheet starting from 2015. If y'all recall, he I don't know if that was his first charge, but he got charged with shooting 2014 to be exact. He got charged with shooting, was it at a school, in the school, on school ground, something like that. Something with the school for sure. What is that? Why are they showing that? Is this just a criminal thing? I'm like, hold up, what is this? Look, now I'm just zoned in on this. Like, what is this? Interesting. Look, Prince on his CSI stuff. I don't. Yeah, Prince, you should be. Well, I'm gonna say you should be a boy on his CSI stuff. Okay. I mean, okay. So I'm gonna skip through. I mean, he got a long. He got a long rap sheet. Okay, we already saw that part. It seemed, I don't know, y'all. It seemed like a lot of like. It's definitely not like a slam dunk. I ain't gonna cap. I don't see the slam dunk yet. And why they got all these huddles? Okay, let's go back. Let's go ahead. I'm just gonna let it play because I think a witness is about somebody's about to come. We can hear you. I'm over here like we can hear you, people. Hey, you will do good, okay? Look, I can't stay focused long enough, but I could be your investigator for sure, okay?
We're sitting in a record. Why does it have to be written?
I wonder what he's thinking. Like, I mean, freaking death penalty case. I don't know, man.
I could do it if she printed out for us.
I don't think it needs
He trying to. Look, he probably trying to see what y'all talking about.
This is for same thing for the.
Let's skip it. Who is it? Okay, we already heard that testimony. We heard that. It don't seem like they did a lot in court. Okay, we heard it. What's going on? Jesus. It don't seem like they really did a lot today in court. He's real little too. Why they got that noise?
Jury will present the evidence as counsel, the associated attorneys, witness remains on the stand, and I'm sure you'll have a nice lunch. I think Andy Brokaw, we're still under direct examination of the witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you.
Is that something new?
Number was, and the mirror markation on each of these.
On this,
okay,
on this
now they
box,
talk,
yes.
okay, let's see what they're talking about.
Okay. And could you translate the time, please, to normal time for military?
That would be 5:30.
Okay. And if you would publish the second swab that is in there.
This would be G64.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear.
G64.
Thank you. And the UV swaps from the front driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep.
Again, is it the same tag number that was on the photos that you took earlier?
Yes.
And is it the same time that you collected the other one?
So this is swab from the
You can push a little bit louder to
This is before the other one.
Okay. And if you could put that one back in here. Now, before you leave, on the back of
that noise is aggravating. His family must be in that direction. Is it me? Oh no, they just ain't got no. They must be on a break or something. Dang, did I do it again? I keep Xing it out. Oh, that's his mom. Does she take the stand in this? Huh. What was she doing just now? Oh, look at that. Sorry for the noise.
In Exhibit 30 that displayed Detective Moretti reading the search warrant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Who is he reading?
To us.
You.
Correct.
And he read it from start to finish?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Carol?
Okay. So,
Thank you so much for that.
Are you redirecting this witness?
Yes,
Hold on one second, excuse me.
I'm trying to keep like the interaction.
All right, we need a restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, put down your notepads. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in further, certainly no research. Thank you.
If he in the courtroom, he probably is not a witness. That was like irritating.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman will defend. Anything to discuss, counsel? How about you, Mr. Jones? You're very good. Good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Man, who hacking in that courtroom like? He's definitely rapping in his head. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that might be a hit. Whatever he bopping to in his head, that might be a hit. Nah, they got it Prince. It pushed back to August. He won't be sentenced to August. Tory Lanez won't be sentenced to August. Trying to see when his mom gonna come in the frame. I don't think they made any eye contact. Is she talking to the police? She is. I don't know. Is that weird? I don't know. Y'all know the paperwork did say something. I just don't remember exactly where it said it at. I don't think they acknowledge you. Well, he ain't acknowledge her. Is that a red flag? Oh, he might be smiling at her now. Okay. I guess. All right. Was that her who just walked back past? Nah, he's talking to the lady. I don't know, y'all. I thought that was a little odd. Hmm. You know what, Prince? I don't even know. I had got it on the Associated Press, but I haven't looked at it. I can look at it before I get off of live though tonight. I'm over here like staring at the screen so hard. I wonder why they didn't like. Why he didn't talk to his mom or like communicate with his mama? I don't know. All right. So look, I will tell y'all this while we're waiting to see what they about to come on. According to here, like they got him scheduled to be in trial all the way to like July. Ain't that something? I tell y'all now, I would not. Okay. We going live every day until July. However, we might have to turn this thing after the first week into a weekly meeting to talk about it. Right, yeah, he is definitely talking to somebody else. Even, why was she talking to the police? That was weird. That was weird. If y'all wonder, I'm still trying to Big Stepper. Really? I mean, but think about it, Big Stepper. If you really looking at it from an unbiased, right, perspective, like you should be if you're on the jury, I mean, day one was definitely a flop for prosecution for sure, right? Day two was a little shaky, but we ain't even finished yet, so we'll see. One second, y'all. Let's see who about to take the stand. Big Stepper, like, I don't care. Forget unbiased me.
That would be hard.
Your price receipt in the name of Jansen Francois is what?
2018.
Oh, we saw that. Who is this?
I've been there now almost 7 years.
And what do you do at the Maryland Police Department?
I am a certified privacy investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required training as well.
Okay. All right, let's get into this. Now.
And 06269.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I became involved, I believe it was the day after. Yes, ma'am.
Where this was found in what area of the Jeep?
May I refer to my report?
Please, if that would help, for a special recollection.
They in the sidebar so much. I wonder, is that the phone? But remember I told you I think it was a phone. Jesus, that noise. We're gonna see what they about to do with this, and then I'm pulling up our next document, and then it seemed like it was a slow day, okay, for day number 2. But so far, I've been keeping my tallies. I mean, the evidence, now that they're starting to show what they actually have compared, of course, a lot of this stuff we saw in the paperwork when we did the paperwork party back in February, but now seeing it and knowing like, okay, they might not be tripping, you know what I'm saying? It kind of is like, ooh, I don't know. Like I said, that cell phone situation definitely still have me kind of like, I don't know how they're going to get from under that one.
1 second, Council.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, when lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that correct stipulation, Council?
That is correct, sir.
State?
So accepted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 9. Did you document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11.
Yes, ma'am.
My phone hot.
Item 21.
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why?
Because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked into evidence.
Okay. Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car does this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. I want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
So this is now item 25. What are we looking at here?
Yes, ma'am. This was a combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Yes,
again?
if you need to.
Oh, so that was a phone.
Behind the front passenger seat.
The
I remember
phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to that phone?
I don't recall. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to item 27.
Okay.
Did you recover that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify,
Yes,
please. Please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
The photographs that we just
Three to 3 minutes. Anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case.
Well,
Many cases.
yeah, I have to pull the case up that I found out of Supreme Court. It was Rodriguez, the case State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection.
This is where it's necessary and they can establish necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also in.
All right, I think they pretty much did what they was gonna do. Dang, I'm gonna unwrap my hair. So, true team, today, I'm gonna say I definitely it give you a different look now that they're breaking down the actual evidence. Will I say, in my opinion, that without reasonable doubt that it's not no reasonable doubt? No, I'm not gonna say that. But what I will say is that that cell phone situation is definitely hold on, what's bullets? I thought they found the one shell casing in a back seat of the car and then spent shell casing in the front seat, driver's side, and then shell casings at the scene. I'm glad you said that. I'm supposed to be finding the video of the actual crime scene. They had it yesterday, so let me see if I can find it. Right here. So we're gonna watch this again. And this is the crime scene. Let me start it over. I may skip through some of it, okay? But it's only about 10 minutes.
said you are facing east in this direction, west and US 27 would be behind you.
Yes, that is correct, east and west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road,
That's correct.
and there are no power lines on the north side of the road.
That's correct.
You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well.
That's correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were?
All right, hold on. 'Cause look, you got me looking back at my notes. So it was 8 projectiles coming from the back, though, right? But then there was also that one spent shell casing in the driver side floorboard by the pedal, and then the spent shell casing in the bag. Yeah, so it was only one. I'm gonna find a breakdown. Hold on, because I believe that's what my notes say. Hold on.
We're discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes. So the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by shrubs or grass.
So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with the, they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual piece of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
And so on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
And showing 8, 9, and 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. So the shell casing, casing.
That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of the specific item and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not.
Why not?
I think after discussing with investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the case.
Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope.
If she knows.
Correct. Expertise.
First, establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, part of your training in crime scene is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glass, you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be of injury damage?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, have you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st, 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it's not.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments that are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to argue it was in here. Is there another photograph? Or back in the photo model?
If you can refer to your report without help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes.
Okay. Council, can you see the report? Same report? Just
Same report, I have it, thank you.
Okay. And draw your attention to the third photo. Great. And we're doing that. Is everyone now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments.
Oh, shoot. Look, I was looking at this out.
How are they different? So it's clear on the record.
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Did they object? I missed it. What I missed?
Moving on to photo markers, and so for this
Why don't
the establishing shot for which
What
4
was they
photo
doing?
markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
So we're able to document the size of the specific item in the picture or that we're photographing.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. I'm moving to the closer up one for photo marker number 6. Let's start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Right.
And y'all, it's gonna be unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I just feel like just based on how everything's going so far, it's still early, it may, be different, but his reputation is probably going to be right. I think I found what I was looking for too. I think I found this one is almost done, and then we'll go ahead and get into the last document I want to get into tonight.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragment.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now for one of the last 2 photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measurement or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
Oh, so that means, dang, they shot from the grass, not from the road. That's crazy.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected.
All right, that's crazy. That is crazy. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let me get to the page. Yo, as always, y'all, I appreciate y'all pulling up tonight. Y'all know we be going for hours and hours and hours. But we're at what? Oh, 4 hours and 15 minutes. I got a document I wanna touch on real quick just so that we can have everybody up to date on the info. I'm just scanning through it. Again, if y'all fully want to indulge in it, I do have my live from February 11th. Feel free to go watch it because we break down all the earlier parts of the documentation. Right now, just like touching on key documents that I remember, right? So that those who don't know uh will know some of the stuff, okay? I'm trying to remember. Hold up. Dang, what document was it? Hold on. I had the document, but it turned out to be a transcript. I don't really want to get into the transcript yet. Not tonight. I think I'm gonna save the transcript stuff for the weekend. Once we see where everything goes, cause like the transcript we went over last night, that was a good one to go over, to be honest. But dang it, which one is this? It's one in particulars, right, that I'm looking for. All right, y'all, hold on. I thought I had it, but obviously I did not. Which one is this one? And then we can do a recap. Trying to see if they, okay. Yeah, let's get into this one. Hold on, let me see. All right. I think this should be a good point to kind of touch on. Open it. Let me share it. All right, it's coming. It's coming. Y'all let me know when y'all can see paperwork in the video. Okay. It must be me. Hold on. It must be me. It must be me. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So this was filed last year, right? It's a motion to suppress. Now, a lot of people, again, y'all know I be skimming through for the most part and looking at the key points. But some people were asking me earlier about messages. Again, I got a full almost 3 hour live. Y'all can go check out February the 11th. That breaks down all the documents and transcripts and stuff. Well, not all the transcripts. Let me not say that. However, I'm just gonna touch on a couple things. But the social media. So this is a 10-page composite, right? Of a breakdown of some social media evidence, I guess you would say, right? That they're saying that they have. All right. So if you take a look here, right, it's some emojis, but you see it gives you the sender ID, the recipient ID, all that. Now, if you look at this one, which is prior to, I want to say this is prior. Yeah, this is prior to the murder. And it gives what was said. Give him my number. Tell him link me later today. So that's the breakdown of it. They say he's on his way to Detroit as we speak. This was before the shooting, though. All right. So if you recall, Was it something we talked about, or was they talking about on trial? I don't remember. But remember, I keep saying this phone situation. Well, if you look at this message, oh shoot, I ain't got my mouse hooked up. But you see the middle one, and it says this Melly number found, and it gives that 772 number, right? Now, that is coming from social media. But to me, when I look at it, it's like somebody is providing that number. But I wouldn't per se say personally that number is being provided by Melly. But someone is saying, yes, this is Melly's phone number. And if y'all remember last night, when we went over the documentation that I pulled last night, remember the detective stated that YNW Melly's mom also provided this phone number and said that's his number to reach him at, and that's the number that she was reaching him at. So that phone is definitely gonna be a thorn, right, in the defense, in my opinion, right? Now, if you look here, right, it then says, yeah, bro, this track Melly manager. You was at Kodak House with me when we was doing the Project Baby 2 album. What's your contact, fam? Hold on. Is this all? I just thought about something. All right, pay attention real quick. If you look at the sender ID, right, it ends in 3440. And if you look at, so the one that has, this is track Melly's manager, right? The sender ID ends in 3440. If you go back up, let's go back up. The phone number. All right. So the person that sent the message, this Melly number fam, and gave the number, that was, in my opinion, right track. Because if you look at the sender ID, it matches the sender ID to the message that says, yo, this is track Melly's manager. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. What's next? Right. All right. So if you look at this one, right, this is right like a couple days before the murders, right? And the recipient is 3440, right? And the text says, what you talking about, Melly? Question mark, right? And then the sender ending in 3440 said it was just that. Then the recipient on the next one is 3440. So someone wrote to that well, that ID, I love you too, right? And then, so you know what's crazy though? Hold on, y'all, because my mind, I think, hold on, look at something. Where's my other phone, real quick? Let me verify something. 8056098. Yeah. All right. So check this out, right? I'm not sure what the ID number is, if it's like like as far as this, if it's just like the ID of like a IP, right? Because on messages that is saying yo, this is track, or yo, this is like this Melly phone, right, can be assume that it's track. But then it's messages that say I love you too, right? And then it's someone texting that 3440 ID, right, saying what's wrong with you, Melly, or something like that, like it's Melly. So is it safe to assume possibly they use the same phone at some point, right? Allegedly, maybe. Because how would they end up with the same ID? Interesting. My mind over here working because that's interesting. Let me see what else it says. And like this is 2 days before the murder, and they say, "Bro, you going up," and the person that sent it is the one ending in 3440. My ninja got the check he official, and that was received by 3440. Now the defense is wanting to suppress these, so that's kind of like a red flag. I'll have to look and see if they actually approve it, but that's something. Send a session slime. I hit him. Bust down AP. He's going crazy. What's his info? How far back up? Which one? Let me know. And why are they all out of date? They're not even order. Some is the 24th, then go back up to the 3rd. How far to go back up, Prince? Not Prince taking us all the way to back to the top. Then why you block? Oh, okay, got you. Boom. And you said, then why you blocking me? Is it two people using it? That's what I was saying, Prince. It to me, right? Just based off what the messages are. Oh, shit. Based on what the messages are saying, is it too far fetched to assume, right, that Melly and Track is using the same ID? Because remember, at one point it says, "Yo, this is Track, Melly's manager," right? And then another point it says, "Yo, this is like hit Melly at this number." I don't know. Matter of fact, let me go back up because yeah, it does say just an ID. Oh shoot, not that. Hold on. This is hold on. This is Twitter. So this is Twitter. However, right? Well, let me see. A warrant to search Twitter account Melly the Menace at YNW Melly, right? Boom, 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 boom. So this is, I mean, it's still weird though, because that means Melly and Track is using the Twitter account because it goes from, and this is prior to the murder, right? The murders. Hold on. Cause like even here, right? It's saying he's on his way to Detroit as we speak. Is he Melly? Oh, excuse me. Bless me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I don't know. See right here, this Melly number found. That's definitely not Melly, right? But that sender ID is the same as if we go down to where it says, "Bruh, this Track." That's the same sender ID. So nevertheless, let's just assume, right? They both use the Twitter account, the same Twitter account, which is not crazy because he is the manager, right? So I mean, it's not. It wouldn't be too crazy to say that, but to want them suppressed is kind of like why. So that's what else it says. Now, last night, we learned by reading deposition for YNW Melly's girlfriend mom, they had a toxic relationship. So, this might be him and her, communicating their love for each other. But yeah, I think they probably definitely, they definitely probably use the same thing. Yeah, like, let's be mature now. Yeah, because her mom said they definitely had a toxic relationship. Like, they was on that type of stuff. So now it makes sense, because that same ID with that I love you and I love you too is why you blocking me, bro. Yeah, I think that's probably him and possibly the girlfriend. Let's see. So if it's a phone, they will have the number. So it won't say this is Melly number. You will just say it, save it. Right. So someone sent it from Twitter. Well, allegedly, right? Someone sent it from Twitter to somebody. I wonder who user ID is that one. What's his info? He's a youngin. I don't know. You trying to give one of my engines a follow. So whoever this is, send it to the Twitter account. That was kind of not gonna. Yeah, see the flyer for gonna. Oh, I don't know why that tickled me. All right, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, so they did win that suppression hearing. So we won't hear that in court. All right, this is all the death penalty thing. All right, I think we're probably about to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to find. I think I definitely passed it because I wanted to. I'll just find it on the thing too. Hold on, is this it? Let's see. I had wanted to get a refresher on that. All the parties involved, right? Mm-mm. That's not even who I think. Yeah, I know went past a lot of stuff. So okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because now we into this year. Yeah, I definitely think I passed it. So I had wanted to get into the statements that people were making already in the beginning. I'll save it for tomorrow. And I know it's not up. Hold on. It gotta be further back. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. Cause we know what was his name? Withers. We already saw that paperwork. But it's another document, right? That talks about Mill's statement. And that's the one I'm looking for. If I can't find it though, I'll find it while I'm, because y'all know it take me forever to wind down. I'll look for it offline, and then tomorrow we can talk about it. But let me try to at least find it now. I think this is what I already looked at. That's not it. Dang, what document was it? What document was it? He has to send him the number because he's not texting from my phone. It's not that one. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. I may have to just wait and hold on. Let me just do this. Let me go back to my live from February and see if we can just find it there, you know? Okay. I don't know what I just did, but all right. Let's see. Says that the cell phone shows. I think it was further in the live that I got to it. Let me see. Is it gonna show me? Far back. Oh, here we go. Bam, right there. All right, we went over that one last night. Yeah. Hold up. Was I able to see that last night? Because I think, wasn't that the document I was looking for last night when we was talking about it? Hold up. What was that? 11/7/22, I meant. See how I get sidetracked? Hold on. I could have sworn I was looking for that document last night when we went back over that. And I didn't see it. 11/17. Oh, it's in there. Okay. That's not what I'm looking for right now, though. Oh, no, that is. I do want to show that. Hold on. Because I didn't have it last night. So, for those who was on live last night, oh, yo, Prince, I'm going to tell you. So, let me finish this and then I'll talk about it. Because I love talking about that part. That part was lit. All right, hold on. And then we're going to put this one. Do y'all see what I see it? Oh, nope. All right. So I hope this is what I was looking for. So last night, like I was telling y'all, that Jamie King, aka YNW Melly's mom, right, was subpoenaed to come answer questions about her potential involvement in alleged witness tampering relating to the Melly case. And I told y'all then it stated, if you look at number 2, that as a result of this subpoena issued by Broward County State Attorney Office, Jamie King, as stated on the recording made at the time of the interview, was granted full use immunity from prosecution regarding this investigation. Let me see what that said. It says that despite Moretti's assertion, I said assertion. I know that's not how you say that. Jamie King was fully cooperative and attempted to faithfully answer all questions presented. At no time was Jamie King defended, argumented. That is not defied it. Dang, that sounds crazy. Prince, okay. Now let's just see, right? So it say after responding to numerous questions, there came a time when Moretti paused and without preamble or warning suddenly produced a search warrant for Jamie King's cell phone. Right? So they had to provide the cell phone because the warrant said so. And they refused to give her phone back too. I will say that. So this is what I was looking for last night. So Dre, so I've said for a minute, and y'all can look back on Twitter and everything, not Twitter, on TikTok and everything, that it was strange to me that YNW Melly's mom had immunity. And last night when I was bringing back up, because a lot of people are joining me now that wasn't a part of my live in February that probably didn't know. So I'm just finding it right now by looking back on my live for the document. So let me just show you real quick before I get too far. So number 2, it says right here. Well, let's start at number 1 again for those who missed it. Oh, I hate this computer. Okay, so October 12, 2022, Jamie King was subpoenaed by State Attorney Michelle, whatever, to answer questions about her potential involvement in alleged witness tampering. Okay, and that's Melly's case. And then it says here, you see, that Jamie King stated on the recording made at the time of the interview was granted full use immunity from prosecution regarding this investigation. And if you're not clear why I was kind of raising my eyebrows at it, because if you look at that case number, you see it? 19-18272-CL10A. Hold on. I'm going to take y'all back here. Go back up. Boo, 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 boo. 19-00-1872-CL10A. So that means on this case here, okay, she's not going to be charged because she has immunity. Now, remember, that should sound familiar to you, right? Because Fredo Bain also was offered immunity and refused it and pled the 5th instead. Now, I have to refresh my memory if it's transcripts. I don't think I got to look. But yeah. Not only immunity, she has full use immunity. Right. With this case at that. So yeah. And they did not give her a phone back. That's where I was going. So let me see. She was upset about having to give the phone up, but she did have to give the phone up. And they have since denied giving it back. So I'm not sure what they found in that phone, but oh, and this is the copy of the search warrant. Count 1, witness tampering. Also, it's like a proffer. Wow. So shout out to Prince. Prince just said, I keep touching my screen like I'm on my touchscreen computer. That full use immunity means that any testimony given by a witness or any evidence derived from the testimony may not be used against the witness in a criminal proceeding. So I always thought it was weird. I wasn't, you know what I'm saying, sure why she had it. But hey. And now looking at, because on social media, she definitely showed a lot of love to YNW Melly, right? And she isn't still in some type of association with 100K, who is Track and Bortland and everybody, right? But to see Melly not really acknowledge her in court was kind of weird. I mean, as far as what we can see on the screen, All right. So let me see, because it was another document I was looking for. Let's see. Yeah, we at 4 hours and 44 minutes. So Dre is whatever information she gave, right, can't be used against her. At this moment, I can't tell you what she gave, because hold on. Before I get into the other part. Is it a transcript for this? Yeah, it's no transcript. For this. I'm looking one more time. Yo, okay, so I'm just gonna say it, right? It's kind of strange now that I look at the dates that oh, this is just my opinion. I'm just looking at the dates. I don't know if this really mean what it mean. It's kind of crazy, right? Because like that document we were just reading was filed on November 17th. It was a motion to return property, right? The actual meeting was on October 12th, 2022. I'm gonna leave that alone because I don't want to allude to something. Because it was a recommit document on the case. And it's just crazy that the timing of that. Like I said, it should be nothing, you know. Hold on, I ain't looking at my screen. Give me a second. What you saw, Prince says, right, Dreas. She told on witness tampering. So who was a witness and what did she actually do? This getting spicy. Well, I can tell you who the witness was. It's being alleged that it was YNW Melly's girlfriend. Because like she kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, and YNW girlfriend's mother because she haultailed too, and they wasn't able to get deposition from them. Now I can say that YNW Melly's girlfriend's mom did do a deposition. That's the one we read last night. But to be honest, she was one of the A rating witnesses for the state at the time, right? And she didn't do the best job for the state because she then says, guess what? That YNW Melly was not aggressive with her daughter, but her daughter was aggressive with YNW Melly, messing up his house because he got caught with girls in it, nitpicking with him. She also testified, well, was the in deposition said that she saw Melly the later on in the morning at Fredo Bain's house after the murders, and he wasn't like strange acting or nothing. So okay, I don't know, but yeah, they are alleging that Jamie King and 100K Track was like trying to pay them off not to testify, but even the mom said that YW Melly and his mom always took care of her daughter. So all right, that's that page. Let me get into the next one. I'm gonna let this play because I talk about the mom's thing. So
Melody would have been any help to her son.
I was so raw in the cut back then. Okay,
And I'm actually looking up to see if no, she don't got nothing on here.
I don't even know what I was doing at that moment. I'm so raw in the cut. I was like, I don't know what that lady about to do to her son. All right, what's this?
Can y'all read what this says right here?
I remember that.
Place of arrest, Houston County Jail. February 12th, 2019. All right. Now, this is the part, and I'm trying to log in because we all know Harris County, Houston, you can definitely pull the documents.
You surely can. Oh, I crack myself up every time I listen back the stuff I say. So I'm gonna skip over all that. Y'all go watching it full. But basically, Bortland got arrested in Texas. And that's where he called Melly, right? And said, hold on, do I talk about it? Hold on. Let me see.
And the murders could look, it said the 26th day of October, so we know that much.
Oh, for sure, Prince. For
Okay,
sure.
what they say? Uh-oh, I ain't see this earlier. Let's blow it up. Let me see. Leave it. I tell you, Harris County never failed to provide.
Shout out to Texas, man.
So it gives January 28, 2019, something about a hit. Then it say January 27th, a hit confirmation response is confirmed that he's a wanted person.
Oh, I know what I was doing. I'm gonna say
Active. I wonder what he got, like how they came in contact with him. But it
Okay.
says active warrant.
All right, so to summarize what I'm alluding to at that moment, right? I was trying to figure out who got arrested first, or like how that happened. So what it came down to was that Bortland, right, actually got arrested or got charged with accessory after the fact originally first. And then that's when the murder charges came for him and Melly. Oh, that was a good live. What it do? That do. What it do, DJ? What we got going on here? Oh, that's the one we already read. That one. I'm looking for the one with All right, this is it right here. Hold up. Let me find what's the document number. Cause this the one I'm looking for that I'm about to get into right there. I'm just about to turn the camera around at this point, cause y'all, I don't know. So let me go back. Let me go back up. Cause what? I'll be animated, man. Who was? Okay, so this is about to give us more detail. Dang, what's the date of that? Okay, so we read. So remember the last paperwork stopped right here. So now it goes to say early in the investigation, we had discovered after the shooting had taken place. Hold on, I got to find this document in full though. Like, what document is this? Dang it. What's the date on it? One freak. Ain't got no dates at the top? Tripping. Yeah, this is the document. All right, y'all. So we're gonna definitely. I'm just gonna let this play for my live because this is a good document. I'm gonna try to find the actual document again, but it's in the video. It sheds some light on something. So that's the other person that's on the list of potential criminal investigations. Oh, some of y'all wasn't here. I'll let that part play. Okay. We read all that. Okay, we read all that. I'm trying to find. I wonder, is it? I need that document. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm just not reading this, so let me. Let me see. It says here. That's the one I want to pull up. Dang, let me see if I can find it. So, they have surveillance video that show that Jameson Frank Coles on the premises multiple occasions. Surveillance was established on the location. No, not Prince.
Prince from County identified the girlfriend and business.
I'm trying to find that document, man, because I want to pull it up. I'm right here. Here I am. On my we almost had 5 hours on this live, y'all. Yeah, I'm surprised too, but I think it's definitely a lot of it's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Hold on, y'all, I'm trying to find the document. I might just let it play because I'm about to talk about everything, but I want to pull it up. Dang. Look, everything that I said right now, right? It's crazy because now, today, I would definitely be like, y'all need to show the case number. But looking at my old video, I didn't even show the case number. Now I'm sitting here trying to find the page, the documents, so I can pull it back up. But dang it. All right. I'm just about to let that part. I'm about to let it play. Uh-oh. Look at 100 ENT deep up in the chat. All right. I'm just going to let this play because I don't want to. Dang. I don't want to hold it up. The documents is in this video. I was just trying to pull it up. So let's see. That's who she is. Okay. We have clarification. And the reason why, y'all, I turned off that because it was like people's like a bunch of numbers. I don't know if it's cell phone numbers,
No, put
socials, or
Prince
whatever.
in timeout.
But
That's my future lawyer.
Andrea Scott at this time, and I want to say they might be married now, but this is the girlfriend and business partner of Jameson Franks.
What is do shenanigans?
So that's the other person that's on the list of potential criminal investigations. So that's clarification. We just learned that part. I didn't know that's who that was. All right. So is this their house? What it do, homie? So it says I'm just about to turn the camera around at this point because y'all, I don't know.
When I look at my stuff, okay.
So let me go back. Let me go back up.
All right, this is the moment, right, where it's about to break down some things that they haven't said in the trial, but they said it in the paperwork.
All right, let me see. I don't see no document that's 23 pages.
Okay, so we read. So remember the last paperwork stopped right here.
So now it goes to say early in the investigation.
I appreciate it. Look, we having this paperwork party.
Demons and
the trial
discarded 2 firearms from the vehicle.
Look, we done finished the trial. Now we just looking at some paperwork to give those who may not have been following the case some background to some of the thing that has been alleged throughout the time. What it do, Justice?
But they discarded it. It said this could not be confirmed until January 17, 2019. Oh, here we go. When we interviewed Toby Mills at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office.
So there we have it. So all right, hold on. Let me just catch everybody up. So far, right? We got YNW Bortland, who provided the very first statement at the hospital because he was the one that took the 2 deceased bodies to the hospital. Okay. The next person that they have listed in the paperwork to give a statement, right, is what was his last name? Withers, right? Who was the driver of the red car. And remember, that's the one who gave the false statement, originally saying that Melly got in the car with what to do, Arthur? What to do, Quill? Jack, what's up? Prince, I miss you. Come back. What to do, 305? So we got YNW Bortland provided the first statement, then Withers provided a false statement, and then turned around and provided a second statement after they showed him surveillance showing him that they know he lied, right?
Then the studio owner provided a statement in the video from the studio. Now we got Mills, okay? Now, Mills, no, hold on, let me pause on Mills. YNW Melly's mom spoke to the detective in the hospital and confirmed his phone number. Remember that part? Yes, Prince is back, okay? So now we're about to get into Mills, which is another person that was in the car. Now y'all listen to what Mills say. Here we go. Person in the red Mitsubishi. And according to him, they followed behind the gray Jeep. Okay, blah 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 blah. Okay. So then he just confirmed who was in the Jeep with YNW Melly. He added that they were all together until they passed McDonald's on Miramar Parkway, but when they arrived at the gate to their home, they wasn't there no more. And it stated that Mills wasn't too concerned at the moment because he assumed they went to pick up something to eat. Now, then it says Mills then received notification later that 2 of his friends were killed in what he was thought to be a drive-by shooting. It says here, now everything is coming together. So Mills said after Henry was released from the hospital, they all met up at the residence of Frederick Givens, aka Fredo Banks. So that's where his name came from. And it said that is when he saw YNW Melly, who had changed clothes. All right. Now, y'all remember I told y'all I have had an opportunity to talk to Fredo Bang, and he told me that he was put into the mix by somebody. And boom, right there. Mills is the one that provided his name originally, right? It is later stated by, like we saw last night when we were at the deposition from the girlfriend's mom, that she also stated that they all were at Fredo Bang's house after the information had got out about the shooting. But Mills is the one that's going to break down a lot of things in the case that could definitely be used against Melly, possibly Bortland. And it's still weird that 100K hasn't been charged with nothing. But as I showed y'all, he is on the list of potential people that could be a part of an investigation. Okay. But I'm going to let this play out a little bit more, and then we going to go on from there. Oh, all right. Mills said Melly was acting strange and pretending to be crying. But it didn't seem to be sincere. Melly said Mills asked Melly repeatedly who shot at him, and Melly could never give an answer. Then it says Mills then departed the residence from everyone, and he says Henry Demons and Jameson Franco, the manager, was there. It said then they drove to an unknown wooded location that was identified by Henry. They all exited the vehicle to search for the 2 guns. Oh, pause. Did y'all catch that? Leave it to me to catch something. What we call? What we call? How did he know that? Oh, he went with him. I cracked myself up. Okay. So Mills was with them when they discarded the. Wow. Okay. So, yo, it'd be so funny. I was told, like, this was my very first time reading into the case. Shout out to my original Truth Team members, because I remember they was like, yo, shout out to Marco, okay, my very first assistant. He was like, yo, Melly's cooked while we doing his paperwork. And I said, well, I want to look into it. You know what I'm saying? I want to read it. And it was so crazy. Let me see. So, what per se? So then the cop should have put geodata if they had their phones when they went to pick up the guns, etc. That's definitely makes sense. So so basically Mills is pinpointing that what's his name? Bortland, right? Is the one that took everybody, him, Melly, 100K, to this wooden area. He was the one who showed them where it was. He was the one to find one bloody gun, right? And then it was provided to allegedly 100K, right, to dispose of. And it has yet to be seen again. They don't have that weapon now. Now, it does say they all went to search for two guns, right? But according to Mills, only one 40 caliber weapon that was covered in blood was in the wooden area. And that was identified by Henry, who is Bortman. Okay. So they then match, right? That according to this statement that it was a 40 caliber, then the 40 calibers, right, that was recovered from the bodies of the victims. Now, what that means is they don't have the guns. They have Mill's testimony, right, stating to them that he was present, right, with the defendants plus 100K when they recovered a 40 caliber. So they're using this testimony to say, well, this witness who was there, according to his testimony, right, say that they discarded of a 40 caliber. We have bullets of a 40 caliber that we got from the medical examiner. So that's why we know a 40 caliber weapon killed the victims. And this witness is saying, I tell y'all, hey, it's gonna be like I said back then. Unfortunately, the nail in the coffin, because we know he's on trial for the death penalty, is gonna come from a statement within his camp. I'm trying to tell you. So definitely. Let me see what comes next. But yeah, it's crazy. I put on mute. Okay. So it's some put it like this. From what we are reading so far, it seems like Melly's own count is gonna be the needle on his arm. And again, not to take away from the fact that he possibly could have done this, okay? And he maybe have not. But based on everything they have, is coming from his circle of people, plus the evidence. So the evidence that they're finding, unlike the situation with Takeoff, where wasn't nobody trying to talk to confirm the evidence or go along with the evidence. In this case, they got their evidence and they got a lot of people confirming what they already had in place. So this is that key person that tied it all together. And it said that okay, let me keep going. So it said it was the witness or the guy. I'm not sure if he's still a witness at this point. Bortland, Melly, and Jameson Franco, they drove to an unknown wooden location that was picked out by Henry. They all got out the car to search for the two guns. Mill said he found a 40 caliber that was covered in blood in a wooded area that was identified by Henry. It should be noted 40 caliber was projectile that was recovered from the bodies of the victims. Mills added upon recovering the gun. Franco's took custody of the bloody firearm and said he would take care of it, and the firearm was never seen again. Now, they did put out what was the second firearm, but in my opinion, right, from what I'm hearing. Hold on, Prince, I see your question. Give me 1 second. It is believed that Melly is the shooter, but Bortland hands is dirty just as well, because it sounds like if Henry picked out where to put the guns at, Henry knew where the guns was. It's like he probably was the one that put them there. I don't know, just in my opinion of it. Let's see here. All right. So basically, what they're saying is because Mills said he was the one that located it in the wooded area, so that's how he knows it's a 40 caliber. So they're like, he can't be capping if he knows it's a 40 caliber. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I'm gonna let this play a little bit longer because we're about to go into 100 K track, and then we're gonna sum it up, and then we're at the 5 hour mark. So let's listen a little bit more. Again, the full live is still on my page too. Okay, so basically, this search warrant was for Jameson Franco's house or apartment. And they talked about this and that's where the girlfriend at the time, I'm not sure if they got married by now, but at the time, was spotted. And then it says a search warrant at the residence would assist them with finding the gun. So they were trying to see. Now I hope he wasn't crazy enough to take the guns to his house, but I don't know. It says here that based on the facts above, showing that Jameson Franco did frustrate a police investigation to aid and abet the suspect of murder from being detected by concealing the firearm using the commission of a capital felony. Jameson Franco's has no familiar relation to suspect Jamil Demons. Therefore, information has led the police to believe that probable cause exists, that the items listed in property sought are evidence of homicide and accessory after the fact. But he has not been charged. That's a little weird. He has not been charged. Does anybody else think that's a little weird? That is weird. All right. So y'all, me and the truth team since the beginning, I always been breaking this thing down just like this, okay? Yeah, so Prince, I have heard that. I ain't gonna repeat it, but yeah, I have heard that, right? Over the months. Dang. Do I talk about it in this live? Hold on, let me see. This case is weird. Okay. Weird. Who transcripts is it? Let me see who transcripts I'm looking for before I got in it. That is crazy. All right. This is a transcript from the Arthur hearing for Cortland. And I want to say possibly is in this. If it's not this. And this is from 2019. It's close by. So let me see. Because I read all this already. I'm not going to read 30 pages of it. But it goes into more details about, what they found, the whole scene, everything. Oh, let me go back on. You know what? Hold on. Let me just pull that. Hey, who case that is, Borton? Because I think they're going to get into this is the Arthur hearing that Bortland had, and I think they're going to get into like the GSR. So let me just pull this because I don't know how much I went into it. Because y'all know I'm good for skimming, okay? So I'm just gonna pull it because now I know more than I did back then about this case and know what to look for. Okay, the Arthur hearing. Shout out to Clubhouse, man. I'm surprised. Look, hey, True Team, Clubhouse be like, man, what happened? Because look, we've been going 5 hours strong over here, okay? Breaking it down. What one is that? You know what? Now I found that document. It was on Bortland case the whole time. All right. So what I'm about to pull up on the screen is what I was talking about in the video from February, right? This is a transcript for the Arthur hearing, and I ain't gonna count. When I had heard that this was an Arthur hearing, originally I thought of like an Arthur plea, and I said, "What in the YSL is going on?" Okay, that's what I thought was going on. But oh shoot. Hold on, let me add it to my stream real quick. Y'all let me know when y'all can see the paperwork in the footage. All right, so just to let y'all know what an Arthur hearing is, right? Because I had to find out myself. It's when a person has been arrested for a crime in Florida for a non-bondable offense. They have the right to ask for an Arthur hearing, okay? So basically, capital offenses, you don't supposed to get a bail. You can ask for this hearing, and then they can determine, if they're gonna stick to you can't have a bail or not. And in this case, right, he definitely got a bail. So this case definitely went in his favor. So let me see what Prince talking about. So one shell casing inside the vehicle, another shell casing inside the rear seat. The account for 2 headshots, then 8 projectiles, holes in the car. So no, so it was one shell casing in the back, in that bag, right, in the left rear passenger. One spent shell casing in the driver's seat under the pedal, and then 8 projectiles. No, so the shell casing that was found on Pembroke, I believe, went up to like 28 shell casing that was like marked throughout the scene. But 8 hit the car. Cause remember the side of the door, the passenger side, it was 8 that hit the actual car. All right. Let me see. I don't know what's all in here. Hold up. I gotta make this bigger. Got to make this bigger. All right, boom. Let me see. Can y'all see that? Is that better? Clear? Yeah. I think y'all looking at what I'm looking at. I don't know. Yeah, y'all looking at what I'm looking at. All right, let's see. All right, let me see what Prince said. But most important thing is the set of shell casing in the car are consistent with the ones found inside the grass. Yeah, so as of right now, all the shell casings are consistent, right? To my understanding so far, I don't think they said. I don't even know if they confirmed it was 2 guns yet. I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring it up in court. But as of right now, I don't even remember seeing it on the paperwork if they confirm it was 2 guns. They're assuming it was definitely 2 guns. All right, let's see. Arthur hearing. So the only people that's present in this hearing, as y'all can see on the screen, is Bortland. Melly is not present because he's not a part of the hearing. He didn't get one. That's case in fact why he's still sitting in jail all these years later. All right. Now, some names are going to drop. I believe in this one. This is the one. But it's all over YouTube. So it's not like, oh my gosh. Trust me. They already know. All right. Let's see here. I'm skimming through it. So even in this hearing, right, they are saying that Bortland was the driver, right? And Melly was a left passenger, which we know that, right? Then it says, so there is no dispute as to when they left. It's all caught on video, right? Because we saw the video. Then it says here that the cell phone evidence is probably the biggest part of this case, which what I told y'all earlier, that cell phone is going to be something for the defense. I swear it's going to be something. Without Portland saying something differently or the defense offering up like a mystery person that was sending their location from that phone, they're gonna have a hard time separating Melly from that phone. Cause my whole theory yesterday is out the window. Because if they got the cell phone data, right, that shows the location was with one of the deceased people up until 4:32, and then at 4:32, not only does that phone send a pin location to Fredo Bang, but it's away from one of the decedents. Now, at that point, from the video, we know that Portland was at the hospital with the body, so it's not him. Because remember, I tried to put the phone with him, but so it's not him. So they would have to prove, right, who is sending the messages from said phone to Fredo Bang. And that explains why he pled the fifth, because it wasn't going to be nothing he could say if he answered yes or no that wasn't going to have a ripple effect. But by pleading the fifth, hey, guess what? They got to do their job. All right. So again, they're already saying the cell phone evidence is the biggest part of the case. Next, Dontavius Withers, right, is the original guy that gave the statement after Portland. Okay. They going over the details of the case at the beginning. We already, we already did it. I'm going to skim through it. And again, here it go. Then it says you see Melly. I'm saying Melly, but it's saying his government name. And they are calling him the shooter right now in this hearing. So at Portland's Arthur hearing, the prosecutor is referring to Melly as the shooter. All right. We already saw that. All right. So, side note, I want to know who want to bet me, right, that the guy in black, remember in that video that was doing all that smiling, and I'm like, what's wrong with him? I kind of feel like that's Mills. I swear I kind of feel like that's Mills. But nevertheless, so they're saying, shoot, my computer about to die. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I need 2 seconds to go get my charger. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me plug up my charger before that phone die on me. Oh man. All right, so it's basically outlining right now, right, that out of the 4 guys that got in that red truck that we saw on the video from the studio, 2 of them gave statements to the police at this point. I mean, ain't no way around it. And it says right there, right? It says you have sworn statement from some of those for your honor to review. So 2 out of 4 definitely gave statements in the beginning. What's up, V? Now, I will say Adrian Davis and what's the other one name? Trayvon Glass, right, are listed as witnesses that was supposed to have been providing a deposition. I don't know if Glass ever did, but allegedly, because I ain't got the docs on that one, Davis does. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I will say that. Allegedly, Adrian Davis did give a deposition. I just haven't requested the documents because those transcripts are not public, like online, like others. And I wonder why. Because that's, I don't know. I wonder why, though. But anyway, nevertheless. So almost the whole other car gave a statement. Okay. So let's keep going. So now they're talking about cell phone records for Melly and Set Chaser. And remember, I already told y'all that doggone cell phone mapping or data stuff showing those phones together until the exact time that Melly sent, allegedly, let me not say like allegedly, since his location to Fredo Bang is going to be some bad work. And hopefully his lawyers, do something. I mean, personally, if I was a lawyer, I would have tried to suppress that because I don't see how they're going to get out of that. Now listen to this, right? This is kind of odd. Hold on, y'all. All right. Because it says right here, now this is the transcript of the hearing, right? They're saying from the cell phone records, I can tell you the exact moment Melly got out of the car at the stage drive-by shooting location because his phone goes from mobile, which have been from the entire time that he left the recording studio without stopping, and it never gets out of stationary until they get out of this at the scene of the shooting where it occurred. So listen, isn't that crazy, okay? That your phone can tell you or tell them when you're moving. That's some stuff. Like, did anybody know that? I didn't know that. I didn't know it got that detail. Like, I knew it could pinpoint an area, but to say, yo, I was sitting down for 45 minutes and then at 2:52, I'm walking around. It's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. All right, let's keep going. All right, so they're saying that the shooting happened at 4:01 a.m. So 4:01 a.m. would have been about 40. Hold up. With my notes. Somebody tell me when did they leave the studio? What my note paper? I'm the only one in here and I can't find my note paper. And the truth team must be asleep because nobody know the time. Prince, you know the time? I think it was like 3:20. I think, don't quote me on, I think it was 3:20 when they left the studio. So at 4:01, right? Hold on, pause. Let me take that back. So 3:20 they left the studio. At 4:01, right? They're stating that's when they're staging the drive-by. And technically at 3:49, they should have been home if they followed the path of the other car. So within about 11 minutes, if they would have just went home, about 11 minutes. Dang, what happened in our car that quick? Because remember, they was 3 minutes away from the house. Jerusalem was 10:38. What time? Oh, yeah, it's 1:38 my time. All right. So look. So here we go. This is what they're saying. They said when you look through the cell phone records for a Set Chaser, right? They're saying he's already deceased by the time the stage drive-by occurred. His phone stays mobile, says mobile the entire time. In fact, his phone stays mobile until 4:43 when his body is taken out of the Jeep back at the hospital. Now, it says that Melly, who is mobile, right? Hold on. The wording that confused me for a second. Stationary. All right. It never gets out stationary. So if stationary mean you're in like you're still, and then mobile mean you're moving around, then how does set chaser phone says mobile the entire time up until he's taken out of the car? Does that make sense to y'all? Like how is that? Because wouldn't the phone be stationary since assumingly he never got out the car once he's seen on camera getting in the car at the studio? Or maybe it means something else and I'm just tripping. But all right. So then it says Melly at that point is mobile, gets in outdoor stationary when shooting occurs, goes back mobile. Then again, outdoor stationary when he's making calls to some of the individuals, such as his girlfriend, who then testifies and says he called me. He was outside on the side of the road and asked to be picked up. We still don't know, Dre's, about the back seat. All right. So then it says Melly cell phone records. He sends another drop ping to another individual asking him to come. So we now know that statement is regarding allegedly, right, Fredo Bang, if that's the only pings that's happening, because they said that in opening remarks. Now, it does say here that Bortland phone was broken, so he didn't have a phone, right? And they said they were able to prove that because messages exchanged between Bortland and Melly in the days before the shooting, confirms that and said that Melly was out of town and came back, and that's when Bortland picked them up. Okay. Now they're bringing in 100K into the conversation. What's up, Stacy? Okay, so does stationary mean it's not moving? Because at first I kind of got the feeling when they was like he was stationary the whole time and then went mobile. That means he was moving. Look, y'all fancy. I don't have an Apple Watch. All right, let's see here. All right. So they're just separating, like kind of putting the players together. We already went over that. I'm not gonna go into that again. Let's see. So this is the actual location where the shown later on the scene where the left arm supposed to have been. All right, we already went over that too. So yeah, I was right. So 3:20 was when they left the studio. Got it. We already did that one. All right. We got that one. Y'all, this is my original computer that I'm on, so it's moving slow. I had to buy a new one because I used to get on live and used to move so slow, and that's what's happening right now. All right, so yeah, this case is gonna be really heavy, okay, on cell phone stuff. All right, hold on, I'm gonna pass the part. Hold on, let me go. I'm gonna pass it. All right, they kind of jumped past it. All right, I'm trying to see. Is this where they about to say it? All right, so now it says this is at the point which he is assisting and aiding and abetting Melly committing the homicide of the other two individuals, referring to Bortland, right? Then it says Portland is not going to the secluded location where there's nobody else around. You can also say that there were no other people there based on warrants that were done on this case. And that is where he is making it easier to commit that felony. Oh, come on, unfreeze. And then helping the follow-up and make it appear as a false drive-by shooting. I'm trying to wait for an unblur. There we go. And then it says here, we already went over that, how the phone stayed together. All right, we already went over that. We already went over that. Okay, here we go. So this is a key point they're saying. They're saying says this shows Melly phone and Willard's phone together. And this is important because you can see where they diverge. And that's the time frame in which the state is relying to show that Portland knew that Melly was going to do and help him make it easier to commit by taking him to the site of the Everglades. So yeah, they're fixed on that Melly is the shooter. All right, here we go. Something happened. I don't know if I would say it's pre-planned or whatever happened. I don't think it's pre-planned because it's just too messy as far as like literally they rode around. This is my thing. They rode around for like 20 minutes allegedly, right? After the whole shooting and everything. If it was pre-planned, why would they be riding around with the bodies? Do you know? Like I don't get that word. I don't know if it was pre-planned. I kind of feel like something happened in the car and it just kind of was like, but I don't know. All right. So they're saying that Portland put Melly out on the side of the road and then he takes the bodies to the hospital. Then it says here that Sat Chaser, Melly, and juvie phones are together the entire time. Now I will say this. At one point in the other document, it did say that juvie phone was like separated from Melly and Sat Chaser. But now in this hearing it said that they wasn't. So I don't know about that one. That might be a technicality if that wasn't like a misprint or something, you know? Mm-hmm. They basically just repeating a lot of stuff in a lot of these documents. All right, here we go. So, Weathers, no, that yellow like raincoat looking thing was in the trunk though. They're talking about cell phone records still. They call him Frito. All right, so let's see what's that. It says discovered later after this cell phone search warrants came back was found based on this cell phone data. And it also shows that at the exact time Melly was outdoor stationary. Other than that, he was inside of the car at all times. So this again is showing directly after the homicide is the way they travel back. And when Melly is released out of the car at the side of the road before he's picked up by another individual, right? By the name of Frederick Givens, aka Frito Bang. Yo. Now, mind you, this is crazy, okay? Because like in this transcript, right, the prosecutor is stating that she's flat out saying that Fredo Bang picked up Melly, right? Flat out, without a doubt. Now, what would be interesting, because if y'all recall the video I dropped last night, Fredo Bang played the field to answer any questions about anything on this case, right? A lot of people online are saying that was showing that he did do it, right? In opening statements, though, the prosecutor only said that the messages, the address was sent to him, right? She doesn't say that he actually picked them up. So it would be interesting to find out if this is going to be repeated, right, in trial, because it's right here that she said it in the Arthur hearing. So that would be interesting. All right, let me see here. Now it says again, cell phone mapping. And this is again what shows where they had to dispose of the firearms and then went back later on and picked them up later that day, right? And it said here at 4:35, this is where Bortland, the defendant that we have here today, shows up at the hospital, which we already know had the hoodie on. He didn't have the hoodie on before. They do see that the victim's blood was found on the front and back of his shirt. So they say victims would have asked, given the assumption that both victims in the car blood was on them, not just one. What else? So basically, they was going over all of this in trial today, because you see how they're breaking down the numbers, saying like item 24 was in the back of the t-shirt, so they're breaking it down. Now it does say here, right? They said on item 24, which that was the back of the t-shirt, the cutting from the rear that shows that juvie blood was included in that, but Sack Chaser was excluded from that. So only the back passenger blood was included, not the front passenger, right? Okay, stop blurring up on me. I heard the crimes is about between. Okay. What that says? Okay, so they getting into the crime scene. We already went over that. Okay, we already know the rental car was in 100K track. We know that much. Okay, Bortland, as we heard in the audio, is saying that he didn't see anything. They're saying nothing showed that Henry, which is Bortland, told the truth about anything. So now it says the blood, as you notice, is not in the back of the seat. It is all in the middle of the car, because the gravity, as well as state's contention, is that these were fired from Melly, had already shot Sack Chaser in the back of the head and Juvie on the side of the head, at which point Juvie was slumped over to his left. Oh, so that makes sense now. Y'all remember when we was looking at the photos with the two Sprite cans, I kept saying, what is all that, right? And you remember what Dre's put, and I was just like, what is all that? So now it made sense, because he fell over to the left, which would have been where those Sprite cans was. Then it says bullet wounds that are here that go on a downward angle match the ones that go across his back. Then it says some of the trajectory and the rods that were put in are also not consistent with the drive-by, which they already said that. Yeah, Dre's, it was. All right. So then it says the problem that they have with this one is the passenger door was open. Okay. Oh, let me go back up some. So it says that the trajectory is also very telling, because it shows what a horrible job they did staging the drive-by. Hey, Dre said that too. Like, it didn't make sense. And it says the problem that they have with this one is the passenger door was open. If this was a drive-by where the car was actually moving, that door would have been closed, and there's no way the bullet would have wound up in the portion of that vehicle. So you remember when they were going over in trial today, it was this bullet in like the crease of the door, right? That's what they're referring to in this hearing too. All right. Then it says if Melly had been sitting in the location where they saw him sitting at in the left rear passenger when this stage drive-by occurred, he would have been shot through both kneecaps. So, both people on one side of the car had no injuries. They're like, All right, let's see. All right, we already went over that earlier when they went over the shell casings and all that. Then it says the photos on victims' cell phones that were recovered and then searched. And then also we have a video of Melly admitting to shooting 2 individuals in the head. Now, this video, right, was definitely on the phone that 100K track provided to the state. Now, according to him, he was subpoenaed to do it. He had no choice but to do it. We'll never know. I just personally don't see how you went to a planned meeting with the government, with the state, and you take a phone it's not even your phone, right? You take it and then say, "Oh, I didn't know. I had no choice. You could have left it where it was. Like, why did you take it?" Anyway. So the wording they're saying that was said on this video is there's no regret for the ish that I did for that to die. Both of them never say when. That's the sentence. So the prosecutor is saying, and so he says, and there's no regrets for the ish that I did, including derogatory that I refuse to use for African Americans. And he then takes the pen and puts it to his head in the shape of a gun, like pulling the trigger, throws up a blood gang sign, then says both of them never say when. Then it says the interesting part of this video is it was 1 month to the day after the shootings occurred on October 26th. So they're saying they can prove that it was after the murder. After you already disposed of the gun? What you mean, Prince? Because the guns were allegedly disposed of the morning, like it all happened the same morning of the shooting. Now, this says here that the video was on Melly's cell phone, which was brought to my office by 100K. And that's how we had that. And that was all of the evidence that Your Honor was before you is from search warrants, subpoenas, and of that nature. There is nothing else that was done by consent or anything for that. All right, now it speaks on that Bortland calls Melly, right, from Harris County Jail and have a conversation. This is the conversation that he has on a jail phone. It says, "Hey, Mira." Then it says, "That's not my name." Then it says, "Make sure you are straight, dude. Make sure you straight." Then Melly says, "What you mean?" Bortland says, "I'm talking about make sure you ain't got no warrant." Like, Melly says, "I don't." Bortland says, all right. I just want to know because I don't even know somebody." Then Melly said, "Yeah, but you can't talk about that ish." Then Bortland said, "Yeah, I'm going to call you later, dude." Melly said, "All right, I'll meet later." And then Bortland says, "All right, love you all." Now, I said it back in February, right? I don't know why Bortland called and said anything to Melly on the regards of you sure you straight, you sure you straight. I ain't gonna lie, that'll give me a little bit of okay. But yeah, that nevertheless, if you had to call and you was, why not just call and be like, yo, yeah, man, I'm locked up down here in Texas. They talking about they got some type of warrant on me back in Florida. I don't know what they on though. Like, if you would have said that, if that is allegedly or maybe your co-defendant in a case, then that would have had alerted your co-defendant like, yo, something must be up. Let me see what's going on. That was just weird. I don't know. I wouldn't trust them after hearing something like that. But anyway. So the prosecutor is saying now, oh, it's interesting that Bortland is worried about Melly. Now Melly has a warrant. No, hold on. Bortland is worried that Melly now has a warrant. And they make statements onto the fact of, do you have a warrant? Because they are in this together. They are co-conspirators and they are charged as principals. Now, let's just talk about that real quick. If they're charged as principals and equals, why isn't Bortland up for the death penalty though? And why did he get a Arthur hearing and not Melly? Now, I will say I believe Bortland possibly maybe has a smaller criminal record than Melly. If I remember correctly, I do know they all had a case together at one point, like a drug case or something, but it wasn't nothing major like that. Is there a subpoena from the state for 100K? No. Not that like we can pull publicly. And I mean, even it is, listen, this is my thing. Like, even if he was provided one, my whole thing was you knew you were going to this meeting. This meeting wasn't like they just picked you up and started questioning you or they just ran up on you. You scheduled this meeting through your lawyer. So you knew you were going there. Why would you take the phone with you? And for one, why would you even have the phone at all? I would have broke that thing, okay? If it had, I mean, like, why? Get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? Get rid of it until, but yeah, so I think that was op stuff anyway, to take it there, knowing you was going there. That's it. Now, they said here, there is no special exception for principal or that he wasn't a shooter that would prevent him from being held under these facts and circumstances. The state's relying on the motion on that. And at this point, the state believe I made my burden and whatever the defense has to say. All right. Then it says everything they have presented, and I believe this is the defense talking, everything they have presented shows nothing other than his presence. They don't say whether or not when those cars are boarded that there had already been a shooting. They don't say anything showing a shooting was planned. They don't have anybody to say that. Then it says they interview I don't know how many witnesses, listen to how many phone calls. Based on every single thing, there is nothing to show that he had participated in the shooting other than the alleged shooter may have blown two guys' heads off in the car for no reason. They got into that car in what is apparent from the video in a friendly mood. There is nothing to suggest that at the time that they were at that recording studio, there was any hard feelings amongst anyone. To say that other individuals overpower these individuals or whatever is contrary to evidence they have. The statements they took shows that, in fact, the gentleman in the front seat was domineering the individual to Melly and controlled him. Through his mother, did all kind of things to which I'll show you when I present my case. There is nothing to show that as these people left that house, that recording studio, as they drove, anything was planned. There is nothing to refute that whoever, whatever the shooting was done, he was covered with blood, supposedly. Right? Oh, this is a lie. This is a lie. Now, and this is their stance, right? Borton's stance. That's what I'm reading right now. The lawyer goes on to say, he is the person, he is a very smart kid who drove these people to the hospital, did what he did, talked to the police, gave a statement to the police. Misleading as though it was, there's nothing to show that he had any intentions participation or anything in the killing. The prosecutor can argue anything she wants about principles, but when you read all the evidence in this case and all the documents, which I know you have most of them, there's nothing to suggest he is anything but best accessory after the fact. This is crazy. All right. A couple people said some things yesterday like, yo, Melly team, legal team is like trying to elude or push the case off of Portland. But to be honest, if you pay attention to these transcripts, I mean, Portland team was pushing it off on Melly. Now, did they ever directly say Melly? They are saying Melly is the shooter. No, they're referencing him as an alleged shooter because the state is saying he's the shooter. You know, and we can only assume the reason why they're doing it is because he was the person in the seating arrangement that best fits the shooter, right? So interesting. All right. We almost at the 6 hour mark, a little bit more, and then we gonna keep it moving for tonight because your girl eyes is getting heavy. Like I ain't got to work in the morning. But let me see here. So, what would two co-defendants be on charge principle one? Get the death in right. Yeah, let me see what the response is. All right. Plea agreements or cooperation. One co-defendant may have cooperated with law enforcement or prosecutors, providing valuable information or testimony against the other co-defendant. Now, let me tell you, I said last night. Hold on, let me finish this first. Ooh, okay, hold on. I'm trying to see. Well, I will say this: he hasn't at this point, right? Taking a plea that we know of publicly, and he is scheduled to go to trial in October or November this year, one of the two. Okay, I think that's it. All right, that's it for the transcripts. So, what I would say in summary for today, as far as the trial itself, they went over very well, right? As far as the information with the evidence, right? Like y'all can see back in February, we had pictures, but to see the video, to see it like actually broken down, you kind of look at it like, well, dang, right? Now your mind get to wondering like how he's gonna get up out of that. Now, outside of that, my stance, I would give the prosecution today. So yesterday I said it was the defense that took it. Hold on one second, y'all. All right. So I would give. So yesterday I gave the prosecution, no, the defense, the win for yesterday. But today I will have to give it to the prosecution because of the way they're breaking down the evidence. Now, will I say it was a slam dunk day? No, but now it does kind of provide, a little what the hell, like how you gonna get up out of there? Because that cell phone, right, and not just the location of it, but the fact that who else could have been sending messages on their phone? You know what I'm saying? If they are showing that the phone was separated from the bodies, and we know allegedly the only other living person was Bortland, and he's at the hospital. So how are they gonna explain why that phone was being used, okay, by anybody other than Melly? Oh, I got you. Okay, I got you, Prince. But ugh, this is definitely a doozy. Okay, I thought the excess Tashiana case was a doozy. Now this one is a doozy as far as like just trying to decipher the evidence that they have. So again, that cell phone is going to be very, very important. Not only to the defense but the prosecution. Because to be honest, if the defense come up with a good way to like sway the story with that phone, the prosecution case is going to crumble. Because if the defense can provide a reasonable doubt to why Melly wasn't the one with that phone, then what will the prosecution have to stand on when this is basically the whole case, right? What else did I take away from today? The phone, talked about it. I think that was really it today, though. That phone situation was something. Because I just don't know. Because at first, remember, I was like, yesterday, I was like, yo, maybe Portland, chased behind Melly and just shot up the car. I was coming up with all types of stuff yesterday. But today, the prosecution did well by kind of bringing me back to normal time because I'm able. Because now I'm able to decipher that it's more to it than just the pings, right? It's more to it than just the location. They actually can tell when he's moving around. Like, that is crazy. Like, I don't know. Any questions? Everybody kind of caught up. It's gonna be this is what I was about to say. So it is being alleged, right, that it's a witness in the case that's just supposed to be like the boom. Personally, right? Personally, I feel like it would possibly be somebody that's on that list that got filed last year. And remember, it was 3 names on it, right? It was Jamie King, which is YNW Melly's mom, and I just hope it's not her, for sure. And the only reason why I'm like, it possibly could be her, not only she's on that list, which I know she has full use immunity for this case, and it's on the side of Melly, because if you look up the records for Portland, that document is not on his portion on the case. And they have them labeled like ABC when it comes to defendants or whatever. It's only in Melly's case that she has full use immunity. 100K track. I know he done did a lot of interviews. I'm really not sure. I think I only watched one of what his stance is, or if he is even speaking up on it. But he is on the list as a potential person to have an investigation in relation to this case. Could he be the witness? Possibly, right? And then his wife is another person that's listed. Just based off the paperwork, I mean, I don't see her being an actual star witness or like this big witness to do anything. But I hate to put it out there, but I mean, got to call it what it is. To me, the biggest witness they could come across will be Bortman, right? Because he's the co-defendant on the case. He's the only other person, right, that could allegedly say who did what and when. Another thing is, I just don't know. I just don't know with this one so far. I'll have to see what tomorrow holds with it. Like, if they're gonna call a witness. I tried looking for the state witness list, but other than the discovery, it's not a actual witness list like they do with YSL. So I can't even tell you exactly who's still on the list as of right now, but I'll look into it tomorrow. Any other questions? Everybody good? Y'all should see me. I'm like literally over here with my eyes closed, rocking back and forth. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary. Before anybody asks, to be honest, this transcript that I was reading for the Arthur hearing is old. It's a couple years old, right? This transcript was actually before Fredo Bang actually provided the alleged statement, right, where he was subpoenaed what he had to talk about, and plead the fifth to certain questions. I don't know if at that time it was something more that they had, and that's why they said he picked them up. I don't know. But all I can say is just based on how she worded it in opening statements, and based off that document I went over last night where he pled the fifth to the questions in regards to it, I don't know what other way they pinpointed him to be the one to pick him up or not. So I would love to see how that's going to play out. Now, before anybody asks me, no, he did not tell me he picked nobody up, okay? He said he was not involved in this case, but as he loves Melly, like that's one of his close good friends, and he wouldn't say nothing to jeopardize him in no way. So I will say this, I wouldn't hold my breath on him speaking out or providing a statement about nothing to do with the trial until the trial is over. Like, to be honest, and even then, and the reason why I said that, because honestly, when I was thinking about doing content originally, which would probably have did numbers, right? I ain't gonna lie. But he said something to me that stood out, and y'all know I'm big when it comes to principles and just like really standing for something. He said I wouldn't care what they said about me in the media. I'm not gonna jeopardize, Melly's situation for none of that. Yo, and that's real stuff. I'm not even gonna lie. If you're willing to just sit there and let whatever narratives go, hey, that's that. But yeah, y'all, that's my summary. But yeah, I wouldn't look to get any statement from that. About that. And that's it, y'all. Day 3 is in a couple of hours. I'm over here like really spinning. I'm about to get up off of here. I appreciate y'all for rocking out with me for over 6 hours. Okay. It's like every night we go up an hour. I'm gonna be tired by the end of the week. But yeah, we're gonna be back at it tomorrow. Catch me. Y'all know me. I'm always late, but about 7:30-ish Eastern time. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all share the live. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl tomorrow. And holla!
Remember me wearing a frown. Now it's the other way around. They mad 'cause I made it out.
I took the hard way. I ain't not trying for nothing. I took the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. I took